the very short-term nature of power strategies of the different regimes in the region. How does that resonate with your work at the cutting edge of civil society activity, specifically in Ukraine?
Well, I fully agree with Marie that the rule is really, the strategies behind the current regimes is very short-sighted. Well, yesterday I was rereading articles written by scholars and politicians 22 years ago. That's exactly when Soviet Union was splitting into parts. And at that time, in Georgia and in Ukraine, in Russia and in Kyrgyzstan, we all thought that our ways are parting, where we will move in our own direction with democracies, but with national shape. 22 years after, we witness pretty much the same framework of authoritarian regimes. Basically the same short-sightedness, basically the same systemic corruption, basically systemic disruption of internal dialogue between civil society and political class. Well, again, I'm probably growing old, so 9 years old, I remember these days on Maidan. And again, what were our expectations? Democratic future. We finally got it. We finally forced political class to be back into dialogue with civil society. Well, in 2010, what we see? The second round of elections, presidential elections in Ukraine, two champions who are not friends of democracy. Two different types of authoritarian future. Well, one of these authoritarian projects is implemented. Well, in 2012, during parliamentary elections in Ukraine, we didn't hear the word of democracy in debates of Ukrainian politicians. Basically, my analysis of my colleagues showed that democracy was not on political agenda anymore. This year, we saw the critical difference. This year, due to this utopian thinking behind association with EU, democracy was back on political agenda. And it was civil society that was pushing it back. It was pro-democracy journalists, it was pro-democracy scholars, and pro-democracy civil society leaders. At the same time, this slap in the face that we got about a week ago made it all different. So Euromaidan shows that the dialogue in Ukraine was disrupted, that civil society requests this dialogue to be back. Civil society and society at large requests new social contract. Last 3 years, the promised reforms have made social, economic, and political life even worse. So, the new social contract is the issue. And it's exactly the civil society that tries to bring it in. And here we come to the situation when civil society may have a bigger hit next year, because next year is going to be ruled by the logic of political campaign, the presidential campaign. Now, with EU association agreement not signed, the favorite of this campaign will have to do some more harsher campaigning, which will critically be reflected on state in civil society organizations. We will see problems with political pluralism next year, we will see problems with free media, and we will see limitations for civil society organizations. And connected with that, I have certain recommendations, and maybe we will discuss them a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the recommendations in a second phase. But there's some very sobering lessons there of how one can have formal democratic change, but some of the underlying authoritarian power structures can persist for quite a long time. And I think this is an excellent point that some of these hybrid regimes, regimes that have a hybrid mix of democracy and authoritarianism, lack fundamentally different social contracts between their societies and political regimes. Elena has been thinking about the Eastern Partnership in general, but also specifically of some of the challenges that these persistent political dynamics raise for civil society. Elena, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, great. Thank you very much. In my position, I would like to add a little bit of academic dimension to begin with, and then I apply to the cases of some countries, and in particular Belarus, which is close to my heart. And here, what I would like to say is that civil society, sort of shift focus now on civil society. Civil society is, as we all know, is a very powerful instrument. But unfortunately, it is still very much an underutilized instrument. And what we need to know about it is that it's, in itself, it's not of that great importance, but what it produces, the social capital that perhaps, you know, scholars like Putnam talks about, that what actually is important. And instead of going 22 years ago and looking at the scholarship, I actually went 2,000 years ago and looked at Aristotle, who looked at civil society, and what he suggested that, first of all, it's a community based on shared sets of norms and ethos in which free citizens are active and willing to participate under the rule of law. So I thought, well, here we go. If we are to apply it to the current day kind of realities in the Eastern region, we clearly have some missing variables here. Well, first of all, community, and then shared values, norms, and also inclusive participation and connectivity. And I'll just very briefly unpack these four that I've outlined. So community. Looking at the Eastern region, what we essentially have is still very much a disjointed picture. And national platforms which were put together as an instrument, their purpose was actually to bring all these disparate voices together to ensure that when they come together, they would be a very powerful lobbying instrument to actually let the EU know what we all need, rather than the EU coming with its own agenda. So that is very much still project in the making, and I think this is something that perhaps we should focus in the very near future. Then in terms of shared norms and ethos, as Aristotle imagined, we very much have shared aims indeed, but no so much shared norms or ethos as our recent research, for example, in Belarus, or most recently in Moldova in November actually showed. And we still very much work in our individual silos, and there is very little dialogue and interaction between various voices within the societies. Moving on to inclusive participation, and this is actually the fault of the EU in some ways, because what we have, like in case of Ukraine, there was the case of selective justice, when one-person justice was actually very much pushed forward. So in case when there is this funding agenda, yet again we have a case of selective participation, which is set by the EU norms and criteria as to who could actually apply and how they can apply. So basically they're very much framing the game, whereas I think we're still missing that kind of diversity of various actors who are there on the ground, who may not necessarily fit the criteria put together by the EU. And finally, connectivity. I think this is the most important point, because what we've done so far in Belarus, we kind of put some interesting experiments together. We kind of run this, tried and had to have this kind of reality check, but not outside the country, but actually in the country itself. And Denise was part of it. And it actually worked surprisingly well. We brought together diplomats. There were some members from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We had academics. We had think tanks, all at the round table, sitting together, actually discussing. We didn't talk about the problems of Eastern partnerships. We talked about the success stories and also what needs to be done. But invariably and inevitably, problems obviously came up. And there was an open dialogue and discussion. And I think that would actually work really well when we had all this within the country. So connectivity is very important. When actually the EU come to work with local agents who actually know how to work the system, and that's most important, because if they know how to work the system to their advantage, bypassing all these obstacles that are set by the system to deter democracy promotion, that's when I think the success is there. And just the very final point that I would like to raise here is I think we should put much more emphasis on the educational dimension, not because I'm an educator myself, but because we need to use that instrument not just for the students, but also for the wider participation. And emphasis not to take the students outside the country, but rather actually make changes, introduce changes within the country. And this is most important because by opening it to the people, involving them through friends of students, through families of students within the universities. I think this way we can ensure wider dialogue, wider participation. And also having, for example, citizens' juries, one of the perhaps most effective instruments that was set up by DFID in the UK, and it really proved so successful because when we invite local participants in their local communities to discuss their local problems and to see how they actually can work and what they can actually demand from their local authorities in the sense of keeping them to the account, then it can be then extrapolated to much higher level nationally or across the whole region. And I think the Eastern Partnership Advancement Center that was put together by the Office of Democratic Belarus to have that kind of local representation and act as a kind of lobbying force in terms of pushing for the educational dimension, also working with local actors to ensure how they actually can lobby the EU body of all these multi-level agents, and also having the knowledge and recognition of themselves as a very powerful force. I think this is one of the most important steps forward.
Excellent, some great practical ideas. Odysseus, Elena's concept of silos, of civil society actors often working in quite separate silos, is one that is very often picked up. There's obviously a strong consensus here that more needs to be done to support civil society, but we know it's a bit more complicated than that civil society faces its own challenges of how it can be better connected downwards to general public opinion and also upwards into state authorities. What can we do to try and articulate these linkages, these connections more effectively?
Well, thank you, Richard. Thank you, the organizers, because I really enjoy seeing in the room so many great minds and hearts of civil society in Eastern Partnership region. Through my travels to Armenia and to Moldova and to Azerbaijan, you know, I've met all these great people, and I think what is important is really to hear your feedback on what we say, so I try to be brief. I wish I had this magic bullet about really how to do it and support civil society, and I've been thinking recently for the last 2 years, working with Chatham House a lot about the issue. I mean, what makes me happy is, of course, that what I see, this expression of people power again in Ukraine, because this shows that we kind of overcome the stagnation of the Brezhnev era, what I would say. We had this feeling in civil society a lot. We were lost. There was kind of lost purpose and mission and energy. But this poses a great question to many, and there's a question to civil society, how they can better use the energy on the streets. People reaching out to democracy, like you said, putting agenda of democracy back. How can Western donors support better civil society that it's more powerful? How can political parties, as a political society, connect to citizens, because to deliver European integration agenda is a political process, and without this link, this can hardly be a success. And what went wrong? Yesterday, the young Ukrainian asked, what did civil society do wrong? Is there any blame that we can put on us in a way, or it's too much to take on our shoulders? I think all these questions make me think, how can we alter the assistance that we are providing? And I have a few things to propose. Number one, point for me is exactly linked to citizen engagement, and that's what you were saying. In a way, I think both NGOs and Western donors were treating citizens as consumers of democracy assistance, coming saying, well, we help you, we provide you services, we inform you about elections, go out and vote. But there was never kind of an open space where we would say what citizens, how they perceive democracy. So they speak in their own words, so that they form their citizen positions on issues, because that's what is the role of NGO, is to basically serve as this channel where citizens can express their vision about certain issues in all our countries, which are big issues of transition. And in a way, what I describe is this NGOcracy as a phenomenon where Western donors were pushing too much NGOs to talk just to government. Every proposal, you know, you had to write, you had to propose a draft law. You had to propose the advocacy campaign for this law. Of course, this all was relying on expertise that a lot of think tanks here in this room have. Of course, you can design great solutions for effective governance, but how do you deliver these solutions in making work in these countries? So putting citizens back in the heart of civil society is something we all need to think how to do. Another one is, in a way, the trend that we see across Eastern Partnership region is developing of informal activism. Citizens come together as a group to solve an issue. They don't necessarily join an NGO. And this is a problem and probably a hope. Because if you look at, for example, Ukraine, we have 71,000 registered groups, and less than 5% report any kind of engagement with these groups in the society. So there's a question of legitimacy, big question of legitimacy that we all need to think. How do we engage people at the table and make them influence what we do on the ground? Finally, I think what makes a big difference is for donors to support collaborative projects. I think we need to nurture this cooperative minds. There are a lot of people in our countries across regions and at the national level working on similar issues, but they're all working apart. I mean, recently in Ukraine, some of the most successful campaigns that we've seen were really coalition and networks, like Chesno campaign, for example, before the parliamentary elections, which was a platform of 150 groups across Ukraine monitoring the quality of party candidates. They were able to put the quality of party lists on media agenda, on the party agenda, and they dramatically increased awareness of what it means to be a candidate for the parliament. I think for this to happen, donors should also finance some of the projects that can be scaled up and replicated. If we know that something is working, we should share this experience with each other. And I don't think there's enough learning going on about what works to make civil society more powerful and what doesn't work. A part of my conclusions about what works and what doesn't work is, again, we need to communicate better to the citizens that what we do is part of civil society, because it's often associated with one expert or just a single man opinion, but it's something that social media is very helpful now, and I see in the region underutilized by formal groups. For example, right now on Euromaidan, the Ukrainian Facebook of Euromaidan has more than 70,000 followers, which is the great record ever on the Facebook of mobilization. None of the civic initiatives that are working now for 20 years, I mean, ever achieved anything like that. For example, the Chesno campaign that I mentioned had about 3,000 followers. I mean, you can see the scale about the potential that it offers. I understand the issue is big, but it shows us the path towards how can we use social media to reach out beyond the converted group. And I think this is something that Richard said, that we are too much speaking to each other and not enough speaking to those citizens who we need to change minds. And all these great minds in this room know how to do it. It's just we have to get out of there, which it means for us going out of the comfort zone of civil society, environment. So I think if we do all of that And if we support it long term, and I see some donors here, for example, SIDA. I know that SIDA is now moving more towards institutional assistance in the region. And I really welcome this decision to support strong groups, to really find these groups that have legitimacy, agenda, clear strategic plan, and to provide them funding long term so that people can really work on strategic issues, not just on the project-based calendar. And if I think we go on the recommendations, I would like to see how this can be extrapolated later on for a specific case. What EU can do now for all these thousands of students on the street to keep on having hope for democracy and for European future. Thank you.
So there's probably two important implications to take from that. First of all, that civil society needs to be better linked to what academics would call political society, particularly political parties. And second, that professionalized civil society organizations need to be linked more to broader civic movements and how these are changing. And it would indeed in the debate be interesting to hear from those of you engaged in a practical sense, working on both these issues, political society and these broader organic social movements. As Odysseus said, there has been some evolution, some new movements in Ukraine at this level. Dennis, what is happening in Belarus, where obviously the challenges are even more difficult, even more challenging? Are there any grounds for optimism in your view?
Thank you, Richard. If I may, I would switch to Russian since I think that the most of today's participants are from AP countries, so it's more natural, I think. Я, наверное, немножко провокационные такие вещи скажу в своем небольшом докладе. Во-первых, да, в Беларуси нет поводов для оптимизма на сегодняшний день. Это показывают и, в общем-то, те социологические исследования, которые в последнее время проводились различными социологическими лабораториями. Вот одним из последних исследований по заказу Офиса за демократическую Беларусь, частью которого была Елена как главный аналитик, показывают то, что существует очень серьезный разрыв в ценностях между европейским обществом и белорусским обществом. И, в общем-то, то, что и вчера, и сегодня говорили о гражданском обществе, я могу еще раз суммировать то, что для того, чтобы настоящее гражданское общество, как его видел Аристотель, как его видел Алексис де Токвиль, как оно видится в теории, нужно даже, наверное, больше, чем 60 лет, про которые говорили вчера. Я имею в виду здесь гражданское общество, то есть не те профессионализированные организации, которые занимаются написанием грантовых заявок и работают постоянно на профессиональной основе, а скорее самоорганизованные группы, которые занимаются деятельностью в рамках своих интересов, финансируются внутри страны, каким-то образом находят это финансирование. И я думаю, что в белорусских условиях как раз-таки внешняя донорская поддержка таких grassroots initiatives, она даже скорее вредна, чем полезна, поскольку сразу такие организации попадают в поле зрения государства и, соответственно, записываются во враги белорусского государства, поскольку деньги приходят извне. То же самое можно говорить о политической оппозиции, которая на сегодняшний день в Беларуси на самом деле не является политической оппозицией, является структурами, которые полностью финансируются извне, и белорусами многими и государством рассматриваются как внешние агенты. То же самое происходит и с профессионализированными организациями, которые на сегодняшний день объединены в несколько зонтичных структур, например, Национальная платформа, Ассамблея продемократических организаций, но это очень-очень маленький сектор всего гражданского общества, даже тех зарегистрированных организаций, которых сейчас в Беларуси больше 2000. Поэтому здесь очень серьезный вопрос встает, который даже, наверное, не предмет нашей сегодняшней дискуссии, а предмет какой-то большой конференции, либо серии конференций. Каким образом находить линки между вот этим профессионализированным гражданским обществом и самоорганизованными инициативами и гражданскими организациями, которые действуют даже, возможно, не зная о том, что существуют и внешние доноры, и о том, что существуют вот эти организации профессионализированного толка. И найти какое-то взаимопересечение, взаимный интерес, с одной стороны, очень важно, и очень важно для тех организаций, которые работают профессионализированно, найти выход к обществу и сократить вот этот гэп, этот очень серьезный разрыв, который существует между обществом и гражданским обществом профессионализированным, направленным на западные ценности, на демократизацию, на либерализацию. И очень ярким примером вот такого разрыва, такого гэпа, например, является то, что после экономического кризиса, финансового кризиса в Беларуси 2011 года резко усилились против правительственные настроения, но тем не менее никаким образом не улучшилась, не усилилась поддержка и оппозиции, и НЖО. То есть масса народу, которые хотели бы заниматься общественной деятельностью, но они не присоединяются к тем организациям, которые уже есть. Что касается белорусского политического режима, это, конечно, да, не гибридный режим, это консолидированный авторитарный режим, который рассматривает все независимые структуры как нечто враждебное. На сегодняшний день в Беларуси существует репрессивное законодательство, которое позволяет в том числе уничтожать, расправляться с неправительственными организациями. Тем не менее, на сегодняшний день этого не происходит. То есть таких кейсов, по которым применялось бы вот это законодательство репрессивного, в последние годы его нет. То есть существует реальная возможность для организации гражданского общества находить вот это окно возможностей для деятельности и для работы с обществом, если существует, да, такое желание и цели. Наверное, я хотел бы на этом тогда пока закончить. Спасибо.
So to come back to one of your first points, we know there's always this danger that well-intentioned support for civil society can inadvertently be counterproductive. It seems to me that one of the ways we reduce the risk that support can be counterproductive is to have a much more nuanced understanding of how civil society works and how it is structured. Katerina, we often talk about civil society in the singular, but we know there's great variation between the different countries in terms of the structure of civil society itself, but also the relationship between civil society and the political regimes. How do you think we can conceptualize this variety and understand the changing relationship between civic activity and the very political dynamics that keep these regimes in power?
Thank you, Richard. I think I'll try to recover a bit the concept we have in the title of our panel, which is the hybrid regimes. And first, a remark to sort of a disclaimer to clarify that, of course, this is not to claim or to pretend that those regimes in the region that are clearly authoritarian, nobody's trying to sort of now dress them as hybrid because it sounds a bit more attractive. I mean, there is this kind of variation in the region as well, and nobody's trying to say that Belarus can possibly be viewed as a hybrid regime form. I think what is the more useful way of using this concept is to really bring to the fore the fact that even those regimes which can't be clearly characterized as authoritarian in the Eastern Partnership and in the whole region, still are missing quite a few crucial steps towards consolidating their democratization, their democracies. And what is interesting, I think, the potential in talking about these regimes as hybrid is the fact that it's increasingly clear that this is not really some sort of intermediary passage towards further reform, that maybe they're taking a bit longer, but this is going to be still a linear process of reforming gradually, and maybe we should support civil society a bit more along the way. But still, this is sort of an ongoing process of democratization. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that it is a kind of a protracted, a fairly stable condition of having this hybrid mixture of more authoritarian structures and a certain degree of political liberty, certain institutions that would be considered crucial for democracy. And so there's this ongoing balancing act between these structures. And I think this could be a useful entry point into thinking what is similar, what unites the different countries, Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, but also what renders them different, because I think what emerges from this panel and from yesterday is that there are clearly well-entrenched barriers to further reform in these countries, but the concrete nature of these barriers is actually very different in each of these countries. And the political elites are part of that, are a product of that kind of political structure, but they also obviously, the kinds of incentives and cost-benefit calculations that are being made on the basis of their understanding of what are the immediate costs and the immediate political benefits of either allowing more reform or maybe centralizing more power. And so I think this I would argue, is what might help us understand a bit better the different political opportunity structure in these countries, the different nature and different degree of pluralism, but also different nature of societal dialogue and the dialogue between the society and the state. And also, as far as state and society relations are concerned, also different kinds of expectations and different forms of participation that are already emerging in each of these countries. And it was interesting to see, for example, between, in Armenia and in Ukraine, that two similar decisions were received different kinds of reactions. And so that is not to say that maybe, Armenians are just, not good enough to go onto the streets, but that is an important lesson for those who want to engage in Armenian society to really understand what are the local structures that could be mobilized, what are the local constituencies that could be mobilized a bit more effectively and could be reached out to in order to indeed maybe come at understanding what are their expectations vis-a-vis the regime. So a bit maybe to link to the first presentation about Russia. I think what the challenge in all of these regimes is that these are still very weak states, although they're not in the sense of their capacity to extract rent or a repressive capacity, but in terms of more administrative capacity. We are talking about weak states, and the fact that these states, these regimes are relying on patronage and corruption is only rendering them weaker. Yes. So this protracted nature of lack of reform, lack of sort of being stuck in this halfway house, it has a cost. So the longer this continues, the more it erodes the existing structures, the more costly it makes eventual reform for the elite. But these are also sort of relatively weak societies. So we're not facing the kind of situation where, the society has reached a certain tipping point and it's going to sort of push the inefficient, the corrupt state structures and in a kind of more revolutionary scenario. I think we are increasingly aware of the fact that that's not likely to happen in any of those regimes, but that poses very serious challenges in terms of really engaging on the one hand, the constituencies for reform, the kind of nurturing increased participation and more proactive expectations vis-a-vis the state in those societies. At the same time, finding ways to sort of support the capacity of the state without really subsidizing the one or another elite. So I think this is a bit the dilemma and the challenge in more broad terms.
Perhaps to summarize, we can say we have to understand the complexity of hybrid regimes, but also understand there are hybrid regimes, but the regimes are hybrid in different ways, which simply compounds the complexity. In a way, we could say hybrid regimes offer a lot of potential for civil society organizations, but they should not tempt us into thinking that civic activity in these is operating in these contexts in a way that inexorably leads to full-scale democratization, which arguably is one of the traps that perhaps we've fallen into in the past. We'll finish off with Vera. Many people made the point yesterday that the civil society dimension has been particularly underplayed in the Eastern Partnership's relationship with Azerbaijan. And Vera's been looking at some of the very preoccupying cases in Azerbaijan recently. You can perhaps give us some insight into.
Thank you, Richard. Actually, it was a great pleasure to hear the insightful analysis of my fellow panelists. But I am here also in a capacity of the member of the outgoing steering committee of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum. So I felt somehow compelled to raise again the issue of our fellow colleague Anar Mammadli, who was prevented to come to this conference. And it is a kind of paradox because I remember we were discussing in June 2013 during our steering committee meeting in Brussels the developments on the ground in Azerbaijan and how the Azerbaijani legislation that is regulating, among others, the registration of the NGOs, but also the funding, the way how the regime is tightening grip of following on the funding of the NGOs. And we were actually discussing how these new amendments were remodeled in line with the Russian example. So basically, it is, to me, it is a kind of paradox that Anar and his organization, the EMDS, and its fellow organization that was involved in a project that was monitoring the Azerbaijani election, fell somehow victim to these new amendments. Basically, so this is why I felt somehow, compelled to raise this issue again. And I am sure that my fellow colleagues from the Civil Society Forum and from the National Platform perhaps will add to this issue further on during the discussion. So basically, what I tried to raise is this feature that basically the legislation in at least Azerbaijan is being remodeled following the Russian case and somehow trying to prevent the NGOs not only from to be active but to be even further harassed because of receiving funding on their activities. And the MDS, by the way, has also a pending case with the European Court of Human Rights because it was also prevented by the Ministry of Justice to be registered at the as the NGO in Azerbaijan. And we have many cases like this, and we will see how the authorities, whether they will be even willing to respond to the findings of the court. Then the second issue which I would like to mention in relation to Azerbaijani case is actually the fact that the community feels that there are many young people that graduated from the European and US universities that are either staying abroad, it's a big portion, but those who are coming back to the country are not actually willing to somehow engage to the civil society life. Of course, we all know that there are threats, and we know the cases of the young activists and young graduates who got in jail and who were harassed. But this was also mentioned by my colleagues from Azerbaijan as one of the features that is worth mentioning. And thirdly, I would like to tackle on funding in Azerbaijan, and that is actually that there's an inherent problem with the scale of the funding that the EU and the other Western donors are providing to the organizations in Azerbaijan, and it's quite difficult actually to match the level of funding that is provided by the regime to those that are officially recognized. So this is another feature that is worth mentioning. And lastly, because my colleagues also presented some of the recommendations, so to your consideration, I would like to mention this issue that was also, already voiced by other speakers. That within the civil society we are witnessing, or within the citizens' activities, we are actually witnessing the arisal of, I would call it, non-standard actors. I mean, independent bloggers or networks, loose networks. Orissia mentioned that. And here I see two challenges, and one was mentioned already, and that is how to fund these people, how to help them to operate on the ground. And secondly, and this is, I think this is also a homework that is to be done by the networks of the standard civil society actors, if you like. So also, I think for the Civil Society Forum, how to engage these people, how to involve them in the work of the structures that are helping to push forward.
Great.
Thank you.
Good suggestions, and thank you very much to all our panelists. We have about 25 minutes for questions, so I open the floor. As I said at the beginning, the purpose of this panel was to be just a little bit more analytical in trying to understand and explain the way that different regimes function and the implications that this variety has for civil society. And the reason for this was that, as we all know, one of the critiques made against EU civil society support now is that it tends to be a little bit generic in nature, and several people made this observation in the panels yesterday, that support is not tailored in a specific enough way to the factors that are actually blocking reform in each of the individual states. So we try to take a step back here and analyze the political dynamics that really condition the nature of these regimes. And perhaps we can explore what this means for the kind of practical activities that you are engaged in. So I invite questions, observations, please. If people can just introduce themselves and say who they're directing their question to.
Thank you. Gevorg Gabrielian Eurasia Partnership Foundation. I have an interrelated remark linking the issue of Russia with civil society. I'll try to make it. So we start from Marie, but also other people can react as well. I agree that the state is weak, but don't you think that I think there are some processes going on there which are very, very dangerous. In the case of Armenia, on December 2, Putin is coming to Armenia with an entourage of 600 people. It looks like an occupational plan. In the second, 600 people. 600 people are coming with Putin. Several heads of the businesses, several ministers. The preparation period is now, and there are about 60 advisors who have arrived after September 3 to advise the Armenian government. And the rumors that we are getting are that the government cannot work without getting the okay from these advisors. Okay, maybe that's rumors, but at least this looks much more than the calmer picture that was presented by this panel. So I just wanted to make sure if you understand, realize what can happen. In addition, in the city of Gyumri, where the military base is, there are some rumors again that the Russian government is going to take over some territories in addition for the military bases, where the entrance of people will be prohibited. So that's one thing. And connected with the movement in Russia, which is growing, the elements of democracy, my problem is, and I know Russia very well, I've lived there, my family is partly Russian. My problem is that the thing which is called in Russian classical, traditional thing, Velikoruski chauvinism, the, Velikorus chauvinism, is something which is pertinent to as the pro-Putin neo-imperialists as to the civil society and to the Democrats. So I don't count much on this democratization process, even if it takes place in Russia. I would like to hear your comments on that. And on civil society, Olesya, I think you said that professional, or others as well, professionals should be supported. Well, if you take Armenia, I think that there are very few professional civil society organizations. While there have been quite a lot of support, but over the years, I think that the issue with professionalism and with having all these tools is extremely acute. There is always a lack of capacity, even if public movements are some of the most interesting and advanced ones, perhaps, as compared to other things. That's the kind of positive light in the situation. The last thing I wanted to say, one problem with this civil society build-up over the years has been that, for instance, in the case of Armenia, at some point in time, the decision has been made by EU as well as other Western support to channel major part of support via state. So do you think that in light of the changes that we're talking about today, some lessons can be drawn from that and some adjustments can be made? Thank you very much.
In terms of the balance. The gentleman here, we'll collect 2 or 3 questions first. These are great points, but if I can invite people to be as brief as possible, as we just have 20 minutes. So.
Степан Григорян, я из Армении. Ну, я вот хочу обратить на следующее внимание. Мне кажется, что Грузия и Молдова подписали. В этом большую роль сыграло то, что и в Грузии, и в Молдове шла ротация элит. Вот когда Саакашвили пришел, он привел за собой очень много представителей неправительственного сектора. То же самое с Иванишвили. Это для меня было очень странным. Он олигарх, но мы очень хорошо знаем в Грузии, кто как работает. Очень много вполне приличных, интересных людей из гражданского сектора пришли. Теперь посмотрим, что в Армении. У власти комсомольцы. Что могут сделать комсомольцы? Им приказали строить демократию, они строили. 3 сентября им сказали прекратить строить демократию. Ну, по всей видимости, все-таки Путин сказал, а не сэр Саркисян, они перестали строить демократию. Причем, что мне понравилось, честно скажу, исключительно честные люди. Никто не подал в отставку. Все сказали, а вот теперь мы готовы строить таможенный союз. Но больше всего мне понравилась реакция американцев в Армении. Когда посольство США в Армении официально распространило заявление, что мы готовы поддерживать Армению в строительстве и реформах в направлении таможенного союза.
One more. The lady there.
Татьяна Зилко, Беларусь, Белорусский союз пенсионеров. Ну, естественно, у меня вопрос к тому, кто больше всего знает, как работает общественная жизнь в Беларуси, к господину Меленцову. Господин Меленцов, может быть, вы скажете, какая белорусская организация или структура финансирует БИС? И вы живете за белорусские деньги или за иностранные? Вот, это одно. Второе. Вы не ответите на вопрос, почему люди, которые никогда не получают никакой помощи от доноров, все-таки идут на площадь и чего-то добиваются и в тюрьму. Вы лучше меня знаете, что такое обстановка в Беларуси. И еще, где-то я уже слышала, не давайте тем, кто живет в Беларуси, они все агенты КГБ, потому что если вы им дали, я говорю то, что я уже слышала от тех, кто дает помощь. А нам сказали те, которые живут за границей, вы туда не давайте, потому что они там все агенты КГБ становятся. Конечно, большое спасибо. Очень много людей выстроилось в КГБ стать агентами. Я, наверное, первая. Так вот, очень хорошо. Да, я сейчас заканчиваю. Простите, пожалуйста, я уже всего выслушала. Очень хорошо сидеть за границей и изучать общество на месте. В Беларуси я имею в виду. Наверное, точно так же и в Украине, и в Азербайджане, и в Армении. Надо бы как-нибудь вот уже изнутри поизучать. Поэтому вот я еще и предложение скажу. Мое предложение больше смотреть на организации, которые работают именно в стране, которые и еще. Скажите, вы знаете, как аналитик, сколько за последнее время уволили людей, профсоюзников, и не берут нигде на работу? Сколько из института выгнали, сколько посадили? У нас портфель очень такой, вот вы знаете, пустой, репрессий нет. Есть репрессии, и вы лучше меня это знаете, потому что вы все-таки соприкасаетесь с этим обществом. Простите, пожалуйста.
Thank you. That's a really good point to put it on Marie, we'll start with you on the Russia point. Very brief comments on the three.
Yes, on the Russia point, which I think was a big question, and a few things also that were added. First, yes, the problem of those states, I think Russia as much as Ukraine or Belarus, is that they are regimes with very weak public institutions, very weak, from parliament to constitutional court to the media. All the public institutions have been weakened, biased, hollowed out. And so the problem for those regimes is that they have to function outside those institutions. And so sometimes, yes, they become, hostages of their own networks, and so they cannot provide public policies, social policies, and I think this is probably where the supporters of rule of law, more democratic institutions, we have to work on this paradigm of not just human rights, which for too long, have been seen by many as the cherry on the cake, as we'd say in French. This sort of the luxury thing that you get when the economy is starting to work better and when society feels safe, etc., etc. So I think those regimes have worked a lot on discrediting the absolute necessity of human rights, by which we really mean rule of law. That is, institutions that function with the end of impunity of the economic and political and administrative leaders. So this is the real issue. And what we know is that the Russian leadership, the Russian business, Russian big resources companies, they are working with their counterparts and trying to force the terms of the relationship and explaining that society just needs to be fed. And so I'm afraid, yes, this is where we are. And this is why, if I may sort of maybe repeat but develop one of the points I was making, which I think the economy needs to be really put at the center of our own thinking and working, by which I mean to show that it's not an either or. That is, either you have, social dependence, social welfare, but you don't have independent business, you don't have rule of law. No, you absolutely need to have both, which leads to another either or that we are fighting, that the Eastern Partnership was for, is that those societies, those businessmen in the countries we are discussing today, do not have to make a choice between a Russia-dominated region or a European Western democratic region. That they have to, those countries have to feel, and those societies have to feel, that they can work closer with the European countries and societies and businesses, and still work close with, Russian, maybe Kazakh, Turkish, whatever, other regions of the world. So I think the thinking about economic development and the absolute need of rule of law and justice for economic and social development would probably be one of the priorities, and where NGOs can gain a sort of a new respectability by being more effective in that field, that would make the citizens feel more citizens because they are also simple consumers and simple workers. Thank you.
I think probably goes beyond the Russia point and relates to, I think, the point that Katerina made about it's not a question of strengthening civil society to the detriment of the state, but to get the two working symbiotically together. Odysseia, you had a couple of points directed.
Thank you very much for the question from a colleague from Eurasia Foundation. I think you made two very key points. One, how should European Union support civil society in a way when we see the discrimination coming from the state? In a way, what lessons are we learning? And this is exactly what I think we should use, again, the Ukrainian momentum, what's going on, to put this issue on the agenda for other countries, such as Belarus, such as Azerbaijan. I think Armenia, for the same matter. I think that in such cases, European Union should stop financing state aid, absolutely, because these are corrupt states. In this case, European Union should step up its assistance to civil society, but in a decisive manner, because I was making my calculations. For our countries, for Ukraine, the assistance going directly to civil society is around 3 million, but now with new instrument, maybe 6 million euro. It's nothing, For example, Soros Foundation budget is about $10 million. NED is present here in the room only supporting 3 million. I mean, for European Union, this is not enough. And now European Union made a critical step in Eastern Partnership by putting civil society on the agenda. This is a great step which should be now developed further. Civil Society Forum, European Endowment for Democracy is a new instrument which can be effective and may benefit from more funding specifically to civil society, European Endowment for Democracy. And also, I think, in a way, the question that you raised about the professionalism, I think donors should step up a little bit from this loyalty in relationship and should really look at the organizations and say, what do we see there as their organizational development plan? How healthy they really are. I mean, because a lot of these implementing partners coming from the United States specifically, they know what it means to build the good organizations. But they were never really looking so much deep inside the groups, just funding projects. And if there are some people like you, Eurasia Foundation, in the region for a long time, I think you can change the way you evaluate organizations and you can look into legitimacy, outreach, supporting the society, quality of research, put it much more profile in how you evaluate your proposals. Thank you.
Elena?
Yes, thank you. Just very briefly, to the first speaker, to the first person who asked the question. I just wanted to actually draw perhaps some paradoxical parallels, but the EU and Russia are actually very similar in this particular case, in a sense that the EU only gives money in response to if let's say the candidates meet certain criteria in terms of funding. And essentially that funding criteria is all based on the EU liberal values. And as we already mentioned, there is a huge discrepancy between values that are currently professed by the EU and values that are kind of to which a lot of people adhere in the region. So there is a huge gap there. With Russia, it is exactly the same. Those initiatives, like you mentioned, those gatekeeping, and now only with all this entourage, only those receive funding that actually seem to kind of meet Russian criteria as well. And that's why this selective, even with the European Endowment for Democracy, the problem is still there, because the criteria is set by the EU without actually the knowledge and contextualization, and not in response to the local needs. And that's where the problem essentially lies. And also, the second problem here is we need really to have those local hubs, local people who platform who would be able actually to instead of avoiding this further professionalization and actually still that would lead then to selective funding, but would work with those informal groups at large, which are out there and which may not necessarily meet the EU criteria or Russian criteria for that matter, in order to support them in their particular initiatives.
Michael?
Yes, thank you. Well, I would like to dwell on the call that lady from Belarus made, call for reality check. Well, that's actually the title of our forum. Well, and the reality is, and here I would also refer to the colleague from Georgia, reality is that these regimes cannot do systemic programs, systemic changes, but they are good at aiming individuals. And next year we will see the problems for leaders of civil society in Ukraine and in Russia. In Ukraine, it will start in January with the beginning of presidential campaign, and in Russia after Olympic Games. So my call is to colleagues from bilateral and multilateral donor organizations. Please reserve, if possible, some funding for support for emergency issues for the leaders of civil society organizations. Free media, pro-democracy journalists, pro-democracy intellectuals who will see the grave future, and the variety of the future is either illegal criminal cases against them or destroyed careers. Basically, both cases are part of that reality. So please help with this. My second call to donors is also to think about strategic initiative, creating smart networking between civil society organizations in Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. Well, this summer, I had several cases trying to help my Russian colleagues to re-register their organizations in Kyiv. Well, that's because in Russia, they were having less and less legal possibility to exist, to operate with their bank accounts, to perform their activities, and we got problems in Kyiv as well. So these two things are part of the reality that we are checking now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, please.
Thank you, Richard. Я бы хотел тут ответить на такой эмоциональный достаточно вопрос госпожи Зилко. Что касается БИСа, то да, действительно, он, как и многие организации профессионального толка, финансируется извне страны. Что касается исследований, то здесь можно в частности спросить у господина Манаева, который проводит регулярные исследования внутри Беларуси, и все те опросы, которые проводятся, они проводятся методом face-to-face, то есть здесь никто не изучает Беларусь извне как какого-нибудь подопытного кролика, с одной стороны. Но пафос моего выступления заключался в том, что если мы пытаемся строить настоящее гражданское общество, ответственное именно белорусское гражданское общество, то это гражданское общество должно быть самоорганизованным и самофинансируемым. И пока внешние доноры строят организации в Беларуси и в других странах по принципу патрон-клиентельских связей, до тех пор общество будет воспринимать эти организации как не свои и как навязанные извне. В Беларуси существует множество организаций, пока не политического толка, скорее такого социального, энвайронменталистского толка, которые приходят постепенно к самофинансированию, к тому, что сами граждане участвуют в финансировании тех проектов, которыми занимаются эти организации. И я думаю, что если мы говорим о долгосрочной стратегии построения такого общества, и политической оппозиции, и гражданского общества, то мы должны задумываться о том, как осуществить вот эту смычку общества и НЖО. И я думаю, что одним из механизмов является как раз-таки поиск внутренних источников финансирования и укоренение этих структур внутри страны.
Yeah, just a quick remark, mostly in response to the first question by the Armenian colleague. I think when you mentioned the Russian chauvinism issue, I think it links to the broader challenge, which is a really difficult one, and it's not only about donor assistance and kind of democratization programs, specifically Eastern Partnership countries, but really more broadly. And it's a big analytical challenge as well, what to do with civic organizations, locally rooted, that are bonding well, generating social capital, but are not representing liberal values, right? And I think this is sort of a big it's a big analytical challenge in general for kind of civil society theory, and it's a very practical challenge as well. How do you promote certain kinds of organizations? So let's say, do you give priority to certain kinds of organizations that you think are the right stakeholders, the right kind of lobbying force for the kind of reform that, as a certain normative community, the Western community is trying to help develop? Or do you try to also have an impact on kind of broader pluralism and the broader dialogue structures in this society? And so kind of a dialogue as a value in itself, as something that has to be inclusive, and if it's inclusive enough, is likely to generate as a sort of, as Elena also mentioned, this sort of eventual result of more tolerance, more social capital, more kind of skill for dialogue in the diversity that civil society, as we know, is supposed to represent, right? It's not about a particular ideological project, but it's about sort of a plurality of views. So I think this is, your point raises a very subtle and complex challenge.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything?
Yeah, thank you. Briefly, perhaps only comment or follow up on what Orisia was saying about the EU funding. I think there is quite a lot of EU money actually going to the Eastern Partnership countries. The issue is how it is spent, and then we can
and where
and when, and there we can see that the large portion of money is channeled either via other international organizations like Council of Europe that implements projects in various policy areas in the EAP countries, or via big consortia of consultancies that are actually putting the civil society organizations into the position of subjects,
yes,
not owners of the project. So basically, I think this is also our role as analysts to look into these ways and channels how the money are spent, and perhaps try to push the EU to somehow reconsider this policy. And second issue, the emergency provisions, how to help the people that are really in danger on the ground. And again, the provisions in the legal basis, that they have been there for ages, like with an EIDHR. Again, the problem is with the implementation, because, for example, to hand in cash for an EU official to a person on the ground, it's almost impossible task. So somehow to improve these delivery mechanisms.
Okay, we're into the last 5 minutes, so I'll invite just 2 more questions, and please be very, very brief. I have the lady here and the lady here. Please, very, very brief, because we're...
Joanna Kurs, Civil Rights Defender, Sweden. Marie was talking about the need to support economic actors and other actors of change in Russia. I was wondering if you could develop a little bit how you imagine that, taking into account that we've seen a major movement of donors out of Russia during the last years, most recently because they've been thrown out by Russia, but previously also because Russia has been considered a country that has enough enough good economics to sustain its own civil society. Thank you.
Okay, the lady here.
I have a very short question. I think this discussion about connecting professional NGOs and society is for me really weird, because I'm not sure if the expert society understands that it is their personal challenge. It's not the challenge of the people. And I think the starting point should be here, because this Smychka paradigm is really, it's too much, I think.
Okay.
I couldn't quite hear. You hear? I couldn't quite hear.
And the gentleman here, but please, very, very brief. Just take 1 more.
Владимир Корягин, Конфедерация предпринимательства Беларуси. Мне очень понравилась аналитическая панель, и поэтому я вопрос задаю. Вообще мы о будущем думаем, пора приступать к созданию форсайта гражданского общества. Форсайт не только технологическое предвидение, последние годы применяется не только к экономике, но и к общественным процессам. И только в рамках этого создания форсайта мы можем моделировать как краткосрочное, так и долгосрочное стратегическое планирование. Меня очень впечатлило то, что произошло в Москве 30-31 октября, когда в Москву были приглашены организации гражданского общества, сотни, и шел форум, на котором детально расписывались системы контрактов, финансирование гражданского общества. Одним словом, власть очень серьезно отреагировала, и она хочет стать основным донором гражданского общества. И, следовательно, оно будет расколото на агентов внешних и внутренних. Это надо, хотелось бы знать, какова реакция аналитических центров на это.
Great. So I just invite anyone who does have any reactions to that, and also perhaps to go back to Mikhail's first point about last practical recommendations that you would have. I mean, people have gone away from the summit saying the civil society dimension is key to reactivating the Eastern Partnership. Just final thoughts in terms of if there was kind of one key idea that you would put on the table for the next summit, what it would be, as well as replying to any of those specific questions, but very, very brief.
Yes, very brief. So maybe I'll answer the question about economic action of some kind. First, I'd like to stress that I think the economic aspect of things is part of civil society in the way we define it. Just take one example related to Russia, which I know better than other countries. Small entrepreneurs have been victims of the regime in recent years because they are small entrepreneurs, and more often because they have a wife or a husband who is active in journalism or human rights organizations. But there are dozens of them, like Olga Romanova and her husband, who was in jail, I think, for almost 2 years, which shows that the clientelistic regime is very much aware of its lower capacity to deliver economically and socially. So I think this is really the point I'm trying to make. Now, how to provide support for independent economic actors in Russia, I think it's really outside the realm, particularly because we are talking of the Eastern Partnership. But just maybe to stress one important point, which I think would be part of the recommendations, is that we are not talking of two camps, fighting for Armenian society or economy, we are talking of the European Union, with a program, with a purpose, with an objective, and open not only to the 6 countries of the Eastern Partnership, but other countries like Turkey and Northern African countries. And on the other side, we have a post-Soviet failing zone, dominated by Russia, but also with Kazakhstan and with, China in the background, with Shanghai Cooperation. So it's very, very different. So I think one of the messages that we have to work on in those societies is that it's no longer, a post-Soviet region facing, a post-Cold War West, that it looks very, very different, and not get caught into this new East-West conflictual rhetoric, which is certainly not in the interest of the societies we are trying to support and accompany. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a brief comment to Irina on why is it the problem of formal groups. It is a problem because if they want to remain relevant, they have to change, and it's a problem for donors who are pumping millions through these organizations. If we want to have an effect, we need to, as donors, ask questions and ask right questions to these groups. Now, if I have one thing to communicate today to the European Union, having in mind all these thousands of people, and let me just emphasize, not only in Kiev, in Donetsk, in Odessa, in Kharkiv, and in other places, and this is the first time that Ukraine is united around the agenda. We are usually doing the clashes in the kind of opposition to each other. But my message is basically, if government of Ukraine failed European Union in signing association agreement, Ukrainian society did not fail, and Ukrainian society is screaming very loudly to say that we want Europe and we want democracy. So in this case, I think European Union should reconsider the assumption that civil society is there to cooperate and help the government, because it's not. Because the government does not want civil society at the table in Ukraine, in Armenia, in Azerbaijan, in Belarus. And this is clear. So if European Union accepts this assumption, and sways away from the liberal understanding of civil society, where very often we see civil society at the table in liberal democracies, we should understand that this civil society needs also funding to communicate European values to teachers, to policemen, to doctors, to students, to explain what it is on a day-to-day basis. And I again refer to great exchange programs that US government was organizing to explain what it is, called Community Connections, running professional exchanges on 1 month all over the United States to explain American model. Europeans have to better explain European model. The business is not done, and just to finish on the slogan of Euromaidan, everything just begins. European Union wanted everything to end here in Vilnius. Good. But this is not a good news. And good news in the same way. Everything is just beginning now.
Great, thank you. Elena.
Okay, thank you. Just
Everyone
very
else,
briefly.
please brief, because we're into coffee break times.
Yeah. Indeed. I just wanted actually to disagree that economy may necessarily lead to democracy. I think economy might actually lead to stability, which we often confuse with democracy. And just one thing that I want to say, funding is clearly a problem in a sense that it can work as an instrument that can tear societies apart. It can create that divide, internal, external. Yeah. And I think what is more important actually to shift the focus from funding and funded bodies onto the society itself. And that's why, yet again, I'm coming back to my initial argument that education is at the heart of it all, because if we actually are there to raise responsible, critical citizens, that's where actually the actual capital lies, because that's when we can start questioning.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, 2 short points. First, this post-Soviet world is created by elites that very well cooperate with each other. They are very good at isolating their countries and improving their regimes. That's first. Well, they need an equally strong response from civil societies, from united civil societies, cooperating, and that's the idea of my first proposal. Second, I would like to react on the foresight. There are many methods. Foresight is equally as good, and it should be promoted. And I know that, at least in Russia and Ukraine, there are cases of using it for political reasons as well. Thank you.
Очень кратко ответ на вопрос господина Корягина. Да, действительно, такие попытки предпринимаются, в том числе в Беларуси, когда власти пытаются создать свои государственно-общественные организации, и здесь никуда не уйдешь от конфликта, потому что, да, государство создает свои общественные организации. Опять-таки мы возвращаемся к проблеме несформированного вот этого grassroots гражданского общества. Государство пытается сформировать свое через финансирование, там, в том числе западное, Европейский Союз, международные доноры пытаются как-то промотировать свои либеральные ценности через создание и поддержку организаций другого типа. И этого конфликта в ближайшем будущем не избежать, хотя, в общем-то, как вы говорите, форсайт должен быть, и нужно об этом задумываться.
Very briefly, I think a lot has been said, and I think the EU specifically is increasingly aware of the subtle challenges that political or kind of more proactive, politically active civic organizations are facing in these different countries. I think some of the ideas that have been voiced here are crucial, including the kind of intra-regional cooperation. Another sort of more concrete suggestion that I would like to pose is that maybe more can be done, because the EU is so good at kind of sectoral cooperation and more development work, but maybe more could be done to link that to the more broader strengthening the society agenda as well. I think that's kind of the kind of challenge that doesn't make the respective regimes particularly edgy or uncomfortable, so there's probably more space to do more work in that realm, and that probably would be one of the channels to strengthen these weak societies we talked about this morning.
Great, thank you. And for the final word. No.
Just for the EU to stick to its norms and principles and to deliver flexibly and innovatively the support to the civil society.
Great. Okay, well, thank you to all the panelists. We'll take a coffee break here. Please join me in thanking those speakers. So we have a coffee break until 11. I was just asked to announce a practical point. If people want reimbursements, they should do it now in this coffee break. And we'll come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
If everybody could please take their seats. Thank you so much for attending the last panel of this event. It's always nice to see so many people who persevere to the end. But perhaps that's also the case when donors speak at the end. People still want to listen to us and perhaps pose some questions. I have a big group of distinguished people up on the panel with me. I'm Roger Pataki from the National Endowment for Democracy, but this is Mr. David Anderson, Jerzy Pomianowski, Karla Vostorova, Mira Peterson, Balázs Jarapik, Luis Navarro, and Jeff Lovett, people that we work with every day and value their opinions and their thoughts on how we should be making decisions about what we're funding when it comes to promoting the civil society side of this Eastern Partnership Initiative. I'm going to pose 3 general questions and then give my colleagues a chance to talk about them in the context of their programs. The first we've heard over and over again throughout this event is how important civil society is, how important are the activities that they are carrying out, and how important it is that these continue to be funded, supported, encouraged, and advanced. And my first general thought, and perhaps we'll hear some of the panelists address that question, is how to do that, how to continue to do that in a situation of a financial crisis, of a general decline in operating budgets for many of these countries. Under very difficult financial circumstances, we're being asked to do more. We're being asked to have it done in a creative and complex way. But the bottom line is, how do you continue to pay for all of this that's being done? And it's something that in Washington we're confronting every day. I'd be interested to hear how my colleagues are dealing with this issue, especially from a European perspective. The second question I would pose, or the second thought I had, is if countries like Georgia and Moldova are initialing today, it means that they've made progress and they're moving in the right direction. And I think that there's a natural tendency to, in a sense, reward them, not only on the state-to-state level, but in terms of civil society. These are countries that are making progress. Civil society will need to continue to both encourage reforms, but also hold those governments accountable for the obligations they're taking on today. And it doesn't seem strange to me that civil society would benefit. And we'll hear a little bit about that today, for example, how civil society in Georgia or Moldova will take advantage of what's happening. But the flip side of that is, how do we continue to make the case to support civil society in countries that aren't moving forward, that aren't making progress? How do you continue to support projects in a place like Belarus, which really is not moving toward European values? And the last question or issue I would pose is the question of, where do we go from here? If today is not the end of the EAP process, but the start, if we today move forward into a new way of operating, how can we, in a sense, change or reconfigure our projects, our donor strategies, our country approaches, so that we can better take advantage of a post-Vilnius summit environment? I'll stop talking now and perhaps move to my guests, and we'll do it in the order that they're listed in the program, but I'm sure that we'll have a lot of time to answer questions too. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, sir. I want to thank the organizers for inviting Canada to participate in this event. While our transatlantic relationship has been always important to us, the recent initialing of the Canada-EU trade agreement by Prime Minister Harper and EU leaders, and that's actually the largest trade agreement that we've ever signed, is a testament of the deepening relationship that we have and the deepening ties that we have across the Atlantic Ocean. Canada has benefited tremendously from so many Canadians who lay claim to the Eastern Partnership region as their ancestral home and the place where their bonds to family remain unbreakable. There are more than 1 million Canadians claiming Ukrainian ancestry and sizable communities from other partnership countries in Canada. I come from the Western Canadian provinces, and they were settled about 100 years ago with many immigrants from the partnership countries. You have led the way from 1573, the Golden Liberty, and the pioneering of core elements of modern democracy, constitutional monarchy, the parliament, equality before the law, religious freedom, and even at that time, the protection for civil society. From them until 1991, and the sacrifice that was made by so many who were willing to lay down their lives, to be shot and to be crushed for the sake of democracy, human rights, and freedom, up to today, and hosting this conference, you have contributed to the greatest force in human history, and that of individual liberty. Now, Canada's foreign policy is based on many of these same principles. We've taken concrete action to promote citizen participation in decision-making and to support the essential role that civil society organizations play in building democracy. For example, in Georgia, we have helped to improve civil society capacity in combating hate speech and xenophobia. This has contributed to security and stability in many parts of the country, and we have seen a promising, peaceful, democratic transition take place over the last year. In Ukraine, Canada has helped to build the capacity of civil society organizations to hold their government accountable for fair and transparent elections, and we will be involved in the near future, and to improve citizens' awareness of key electoral issues. Canada has also supported the creation of agricultural cooperatives, which are an important democratic building block at a very local level. This panel brings us together to discuss trends that are undermining democracy and implications for external democracy support. I'd just like to address one particular trend, global trend of growing concern, and that is the growing backlash against civil society and the shrinking space in which it can operate. And we've talked about that lots over the last couple of days. But in the aftermath of a long and difficult Cold War, in which generations in the Eastern Partnership region struggled under the weight of communism, liberty is once again under assault. An increasing number of states are introducing disconcerting restrictive laws that undermine civil society's independence by restricting their access to funding. We heard about that the last session, limiting their activities and imposing unnecessary and onerous registration and reporting requirements. They reject the principles of civic participation and the belief that citizens should be able to have a say in the decisions that affect them. And owing to the nature of their work, we know that democracy and human rights organizations are often the principal targets, although social development and service provider NGOs can also be affected. In Belarus, for example, restrictive legislation has paved the way for intensified government scrutiny. In Armenia, for example, although it boasts a relatively vibrant civil society and an active NGO sector, proposed legislative changes are a cause of potential concern. It remains unclear how they will affect the country's civil society. Canada is proudly involved in a number of initiatives that recognize that governments and civil society are more effective when we work together. We currently chair the Community of Democracies Working Group on Enabling and Protecting Civil Society, a partnership between governments and civil society organization that uses diplomatic channels to advance legal protections for civil society. It seeks to discourage the implementation of laws that needlessly impede the world of civil society and the negative consequences that these laws bring, not only for democracy, but also for long-term prosperity. We also chair the Donor Steering Committee of the Lifeline Initiative, another creative partnership. Lifeline provides emergency assistance and advocacy support to human rights activists and civil society groups under threat or attack due to their work. Canada also looks to Poland as the host of the Community of Democracy as a friend, an ally, and a partner in assuring the democratic life of Eastern Partnership's region. Our governments continue to work together to discover innovative ways in which our efforts can strengthen civil society and the rule of law. So to conclude, quite simply, we believe that democracy without civil society is like a home without a roof. We also believe that while economic growth without democracy is possible, it is not durable. History is littered with authoritarian regimes who manage to achieve economic growth for a short period of time through coercion, but quickly lost that advantage because they failed to accompany economic freedom with political freedom as well. Ultimately, the countries of this region must choose a path. Some will say it's too hard to modernize an economy and integrate with liberal markets simultaneously. We believe that that's just plainly wrong. Doing both can happen quickly, and the benefits that individual families and communities will reap are beyond our imagination. Canada is committed to supporting the efforts of people in the Eastern Partnerships to choose a path anchored in the rule of law, strong democratic institutions, and a vibrant civil society. And it is this path that offers the best chance for the peoples of these countries to enjoy the economic growth and prosperity that they and that we all want to see.
Thank you. Yoshi?
Thank you very much. Thank you first for being invited here. Thank you also to previous panel for mentioning twice European Endowment for Democracy. That's good, although in two different contexts, and I think both of them are right. First is that European Endowment for Democracy is a new hope, it's a new way of addressing some issue. Second comment is also true, that we cannot be free from traditional donor approach. We are created by donors. We do fulfill certain paradigm, and we cannot escape from those, although we want to and we try to. So in a sense, both of those comments from previous panels are, in a sense, well-grounded. Let me say, and let me elaborate a little bit on the fact of the endowment creation. I would place this into the larger context of Eastern Partnership. If you look into Eastern Partnership from the perspective how European Union behaves, you would discover that it was a really new approach. That in this new approach, such a strong component of work with the civil society was, in a sense, a quite innovative approach. And today we see the reality as it is today, things almost taken for granted. But even 3, 4, 5 years ago, it was not that obvious, and it required a lot of work within the European structure to create a program, a political platform, an instrument that really attaches so much attention to the work with the civil society. When we are talking about donorship, especially talking from my own Polish perspective, and bringing to the floor experience of our transitions in our part of the Europe, we need always, again and again, say the very same thing. No change can be driven from outside. So no donorship, no external actor can make any change in any country, except for wars. That of course, is a change as well. But I mean positive change, the democratic change. That can only be driven from inside. But what is our moral obligation is always to provide support, to extend hand to those who are willing to change something in their countries. And this moral obligation cannot be criticized, cannot be part of some kind of political dispute, because the principle of solidarity, it's a human principle, it's a humanity principle. And here I would strongly come to the next point, that in the present context, especially what we hear, for example, today in Ukraine, but also what we hear in Russia, in Armenia, in many other places, we need to strongly altogether reject this false paradigm of contradicting internal financing to external financing. The internal finance, external financing is named, this is the spies, and then from other side we have the criticism of internal financing, that this is a political corruption when the oligarchs finance NGOs in Ukraine or so on. So this is false paradigm, this is false discussion. We have to reject this, and we have to think of different way of approaching to an issue. Transparent financing or non-transparent, rule-based financing or without rules, string attached or not. Here is the real answer and the real paradigm. So if we talk about transparent, based on rules, support, that is something that definitely is positive. If we are having something where the rules are not clear, where there are some strings attached, where there is some kind of hidden agenda, then of course it's something to be discussed and criticized and pointed. So that would be for me a new paradigm to discuss about donors' behavior and support. And in this context, we can discuss both supports coming from Qatar, Saudi Arabia, as well as coming from China, Russia, United States, or European Union. And then building on this paradigm, we can really answer maybe those questions that are arising. Finally, I would like to say a few words about, that brings me to the first point about Eastern Partnership innovative approach, to the distinction between two communities in our respective donor countries. The community of development assistance and the community of democracy assistance. As you all know, the development assistance community, especially in the big donor countries, it's a huge machinery, huge knowledge, terminology, international debate, the bunch of think tanks, and of course big institutions like USAID, like Swedish Agency for Development, like all other institutions that are built around. And they live in their own world. And then you have democracy assistance community that lives in their own world with a much smaller budget, by the way. So that is an interesting relation that needs to be addressed better. And in many of our countries, it's been addressed, and that was one of the Polish message through the OECD, DAC, and other forums to say we need to build more coherence policy between these two, because when we are helping build infrastructure, when we are helping do reforms, when we are providing loans for small and medium business, without at the same time establishing rule of law, establishing basic freedoms, helping people to understand the rules of democracy and free market, we are going nowhere. And these efforts are going to be eventually lost. So here is enormous and I am not saying today, I'm saying for last 10 to 15 years. So the Eastern Partnership, as it was formed, indeed it was trying to address things in new way, saying at the same time, when we work on roads and environment protection, we should attach same attention to the civil society, to the winning people's hearts, and to making sure that they believe in the same values that we. And this value-based approach is something that we really need to bring to the floor more. And here, European Endowment for Democracy as a small gap-filling mechanism is trying to test new methodologies. We are trying really to be demand-driven. We are trying to respond to the direct application. We are not even publishing our priorities on our websites in order not to have them copy-pasted into the projects. So in a sense, we really ask people, what do you need? If you can write us what is needed for your country, and you know what is needed, we will try to provide funding. We have a small funds, but at least we can be that flexible. We do not have call for proposals. We do not have deadlines. We just review needs as they are appearing to our attention. This is a new approach. Whether it's that innovative as you would expect, I cannot say, but at least it's a try.
Thank you so much. Carla?
Thank you, Roger. First of all, I'm really happy that I can be here, and especially in this group, and I'm happy that here are a lot of applicants of the International Visegrad Fund and also partners, and I hope that after today there will be more of them. So I am here on behalf of the Visegrad Group. You know, it consists from 4 countries, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and Czech Republic. And this is the best period of the Visegrad cooperation, and it has a very strong mandate, and also thanks to the active role of Poland. Additionally, there is a very strong political willingness to continue as a support of Eastern Partnership also after Vilnius. And this should be also an inspiration for Eastern Partnership generally, but also for these countries. And we also needed 20 years to go here. So all the nations feeling successful could look for win-win relations, and not only for benefits, but also to try to have this win-win situation. We 4 countries are immediate neighbors of the Eastern Partnership region, so they will remain committed advocates to promote political association and also economic integration. But of course, the main objective and the main aim of the International Visegrad Fund and the Visegrad Group will remain the support of civil society. So we will continue in our activities, and our ongoing and future activities will be based on 3 principles, and that is coordination, communication, and cooperation with all relevant stakeholders. And after yesterday, I added the 4C principle, and that is convergency. And I would like to add also the 5th C, and that is consistency. And this should be an indicator for the EU when it comes to Eastern Partnership. To speak more concretely, I am really happy that 2 years ago there was a decision of Visegrad prime ministers to create a very clear and substantial component of our programs, the V for Eastern Partnership program. And there is a real proof that it was a very good decision, because we have increasing number of provided scholarships and projects with the direct involvement of organizations, civil society organizations, NGOs, academic sphere from the region, from Eastern Partnership region. And we believe we are making impact also, I would like to mention the direct engagement of several governments, for example, of the Netherlands, Sweden, United States, Switzerland. And we have ongoing and very clear and direct negotiation with other member countries of the European Union, but also with non-EU member states, like, for example, Japan, but also with regional formations like Nordic Council of Ministers or Council of Baltic Sea States. And it is important because we would like to be aligned with these 3 C's: communication, coordination, cooperation, and to have a real coherent and efficient donor cooperation, not to create overlaps, and to have real impact and to be visible and helpful. But at the same time, the cooperation with the European Commission and European Union remains a huge challenge also for the International Visegrad Fund. So I hope that there will be a positive development in the forthcoming period. So Visegrad countries are former communist countries. We are part of Central Europe, and we have added value in different fields. We have a lot of experience, know-how, but also success stories and lessons learned. So 20 years ago, we had a huge challenge to create financially and organizationally viable NGOs, civil society organizations. And we would like to continue in it also in this very important region, which is one of the most important foreign policy priorities of the Visegrad Group. And we would like to involve them and to help them in different periods and different phases in planning, executing, communicating their campaigns, but also to how to create networking among countries. I would like to mention some pillars of the International Visegrad Fund very briefly. So we are implementing very concrete projects, and what is the added value? That is a regional dimension. I heard about differentiation, but through our projects we try to involve several countries in very concrete projects, and also several Visegrad countries. So in the one hand, we try to create, or we try to help with the capacity building and networking. On the other hand, organizations from Eastern Partnership countries can learn not only from one country, but also from several countries, and to compare which are the added values in transfer of know-how, also about success stories, and also some failures. But the second pillar, what is really a very efficient one, that is a mobility program. And I am really happy that during the last 8 years we provided already 600 scholarships for students from the region. However, there is a discrepancy because 60% is provided for Ukraine, and there is a very small interest from Armenia, Azerbaijan, and unfortunately from Moldova. So I would like to ask you also to promote this possibility to apply for scholarships of the International Visegrad Fund, because there are several added value. There is a direct linkage between the student and the hosting university, and it mustn't go through state bodies and embassies, because in some cases, for example, in Belarus, it causes some problems, big problems. And we would like to be also very strategic, and yesterday I had very good talks with the representatives of Ukraine, Georgia, and other countries. So I hope that we will be able also to have a very efficient policy toward the areas in frozen conflict areas, and I hope that from the academic year in 2014 we will be able to host students from Transnistria. And there are very concrete plans how to involve also students from South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and I hope that we will be able also to host these students. The second part, which is also very important, that education is crucial. Education is crucial in each country. We introduced a very effective program, the Visegrad University Study Grant, and by this instrument, concrete universities in Eastern Partnership can launch university courses and study programs related to EU issues and Visegrad issues. And we would like to work not only with capitals, but with the overall territory of these countries. So I will mention, for example, Ukraine. We have ongoing university courses in Donetsk, Odessa, Lutsk, Mykolaiv, Chernivtsi, and we would like to continue in it. And to the last point, so generally what is the main objective of our fund? Definitely we would like to continue in the support of civil society. That is the main objective. And also to support people-to-people contact and the mobility of young students, professors. But after Vilnius, it will be also important to work more closely with the state administration, state and public administration, and to create capacities and build capacities. So from January 2014, we would like to introduce a new program, and that is the Civil Servants Mobility Program. We would like to focus on Moldova and Georgia during the first phase. But when I mentioned the principle of 4C, convergency, we would like to involve also in this very specific program civil society organizations and NGOs during the planning, executing, and monitoring. So I hope that it will be an efficient program, but definitely in all these components, in grants, in the mobility program, in the involvement of state administration, we would like to have a very close cooperation with the civil society.
Thank you so much, Carla. Mira?
Thank you. Hello to everybody, and particularly the Ukrainians, Vitayu вас. I'm very happy to see the TV sendings from Euromaidan in Kiev, and also I was happy to read yesterday that there is a movement in our capitals, in Paris, in Brussels, yes, in London, in Stockholm, to support this. I think it's a wonderful example of sort of cross-border collective voice influencing developments, so that was nice. For those who don't know this machinery that I was referred to as, I think, SIDA is a governmental agency that gets its allocations from via the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and we report to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to our Parliament. Sweden has always given a significant portion of our development cooperation to civil society, well, at all levels, at global, national, regional, and local level. And as an answer to your question, no, we are not going down in our funding. And yes, we will continue particularly in the Eastern Partnership. Until now, we have had bilateral strategies with each of these countries, and now we will, or rather our government will shift into a regional approach to Eastern Partnership. So the 500 million or so euro that we will spend during the next 7 years will therefore benefit significantly civil society. We have 3 ways of doing it, basically. The preferred option
is to contribute to the capacity building of civil society as an actor itself, based on their own priorities. And I'll come back to this. Another option is to support activities of civil society organizations on the basis of their skills and potential to contribute to achieving the objectives of Swedish cooperation strategies. And also, finally, we support the development of an enabling environment for civil society. That is the legal and institutional conditions where civil society organizations work. As I said, I've just come back to come back from Ukraine, and now I work with the Eastern Partnership and Russia. But what I'm going to say is very much influenced by the work that I did in Ukraine. Then, on the other hand, I will say that it applies just as well to the countries of Eastern Partnership. The instrument rather, that I'm going to talk about a little bit here, works both in democratic surroundings and in authoritarian societies. Because one of the clear messages that we really received from civil society when we asked the question in Ukraine what we should do or what we maybe should not do was that we should not, quite as often as we tend to do, decide what civil society organizations should do. Because when we do that, we put our priorities for them. We ask them to carry out the work using our administrative rules and our frameworks. We lock them in. On top of it, we multiply this burden by having different frameworks and rules for reporting. And I'm hoping that my colleagues do agree with me that we need to continue with our harmonization of frameworks and rules. We have very many of them still. This risks creating donor darlings and donor orphans, both when it comes to organizations, but also when it comes to themes and areas. This is not a good development, of course. And above all, it doesn't leave time. This is my major point, somehow. It doesn't leave time and opportunity for civil society organizations to develop their internal democracy, their independence, and their actual performance. And I think this is key. And this is why, as I said, our preferred way of working with civil society is actually court support, institutional support. It's not a very easy instrument, I admit. It's not that we just give money without conditions, because we still require that instead of a budget, for instance, that you have a strategy that we approve, that there's a results framework that we approve, and we audit with an international audit these organizations every year. So there are very highly placed requirements, of course, on the organizations. But these are not our rules. We have formulated these rules so that these are European rules for civil society organizations. So it's kind of a Euro standard, if you want. And therefore we hope that this really helps these organizations also to connect with other organizations in Europe, because the standards are the same. One of the problems, as I said, when we sort of dangle these carrots in front of organizations and say that you can get this money if you jump, is that internal democracy, I should say, becomes a bit hazy. And I think, as President of Lithuania said yesterday, civil society should have a powerful voice when the government acts irresponsibly. I hope I'm quoting her correctly. But if you have this powerful voice, it's always good to know what you talk about and put deeds behind your words. It's also useful, very useful, to answer the question as an organization, why should anyone listen to me? Whom do I represent, if anybody? And whom am I accountable to? I think these are very, very important questions for civil society. Also, when we have worked with civil society, we have noticed that because of various reasons, there's a very hazy line between the board and the management. This is another issue that needs to be fixed if you are to have a functional organization that is accountable and democratic internally. And to finalize, I think I can agree with many, many things that the previous panel said. I think the point that they all made collectively about the importance of context is very important. Because that's why I think we prefer this core option, a core support option. It's impossible for us to know what should be done. I think the civil society organizations themselves are the ones who know best in each of their context. But of course there are issues when it comes to also us knowing whom to support, particularly in authoritarian regimes. This is an issue to sort of see who is a gongo and who is an NGO, and also there are these new forms of sort of non-standard actors, they were called. These are very difficult issues, and I don't at all claim that I have all the answers to these. But in spite of the fact that the role that civil society plays in all these contexts might vary, like, for instance, in authoritarian regimes, you have civil society maybe who needs to act more as a counterweight to the state, or you have to draw attention to issues that the regime avoids, like impunity was mentioned in the previous panel. I think this is, in addition to human rights issues, this is an important issue. You mobilize, you lobby, you function as a channel, but still in all this work, you still need to have behind you, or you have to be inside an organization that works, that functions, and that is democratic. So I think this is the point I want to make at this right now, and also agree with a lot of things that my colleague from the endowment said about the importance of having transparent and rule-based assistance, I've forgotten now, but I agreed with you on those points, and I think also we should maybe do what you suggested, have a little talk and see how our agendas might work better together. Thank you. Oops.
Thank you. Balázs?
Thank you, Roger, and it's a great pleasure to be here. It's really a distinguished panel, and just before I'm particularly happy that we are sitting under a reality check banner, because I do believe that we all, as donors, need reality check as well, and I will try to be a bit different in my approach to a reality check. First of all, Misha Minyakov has mentioned that 22 years of transition and we're still there, or it feels like we're still there, like we used to be in 22 years. Now let me ask that, and what is our responsibility in there, товарищи? Because I think, you can blame the government or Russia or others who, we might have political enemies, but, our responsibility is pretty much, we sharing the responsibility of lack of transition, of lack of transformation of these countries. It's very telling that, 22 years and actually 9 years was necessary for the EU to come up with a policy, Eastern Partnership, which was basically a response for Ukraine's Orange Revolution in 2004. When the first policy, which kind of getting the European aspiration or naming the European, recognizing the European aspiration of Ukraine and the rest of the countries. And that's a reality, we like it or not. So, you know, in terms of our responsibility, my second point is the accountability. You know, we accept or expect from civil society to hold accountable the government. But who holds them accountable? That was Mirja Pettersson's point. I actually encounter in my 10 years of working for donor agency, I encounter very little accountability and transparency in the NGO partners we are supporting. And this is basically a conditionality. The donors from civil society, the donors accept. In retrospective, why we surprised that President Yanukovych named the price? You know, in a bazaar, somebody called the Belarus room, another side event yesterday, a democratic bazaar, but there's no prepayment in the bazaar, right? But NGOs are asking first, the first question is, you know, why don't you pay first? And then we do something. That is also part of the reality, and it's a very unfortunate one. And this is part of the responsibility we should share. Jerzy was talking about trust and a value-based approach. I think it's very important to recognize also that this part of the soul-searching and solution-searching of the EU, there is the European Endowment for Democracy with the very important tagline, support the unsupported. But who are you going to support in Belarus, Jerzy? Rhetorical question. We can return to that. Also very important that the Visegrad Fund is here, simply because the Visegrad Fund principle is that you must have 3 partners from Visegrad countries. There is a very strong regional approach. It's not easy, but it's putting NGOs and civil society to think about regional connection. I think we should value that. You know, we, at PACT, in my organization, we have also an approach when we're talking to civil society organizations, which we called in Russian, если честно. Basically, the issue is, you really want to hear what we think about what you do, or you just want the usual story. And there's very few organizations we can do the если честно approach, simply because most of the organizations actually have very strong opinions, civil society organizations, but have very little facts. You know, how come that the impact of the association agreement is still a question, or the DCFTA for Ukraine and a number of other countries? Where are the think tanks who are actually promoting what exactly it's bringing? You know, very little. How come that Glaziev, Putin's advisor, questioned the first time at Yalta the DCFTA impact to Russia? To Ukraine. That was the news, not what actually it brings. These are serious questions, I believe, which unfortunately there are no good answers. The issue is that civil society is not A, not what we pay. These are NGOs. And B, these NGOs are mostly NGIs, the non-governmental individual, as we call it. There's very little organizations, very little transparency, very little accountability among the NGOs across the entire region. Last but not least, you know, Carla mentioned the 3C. I can actually add also 3 Cs. First is the constituency, second is the community, and third is the consistency. You know, organizations need to have clear consistencies or constituencies. But how many of them are doing consumer surveys? How many of them do actually have database, you know, of contacts? How many of them communicate with a number of people of constituencies? Very little. Raise your hands. Community. How many of them actually bringing and building communities around themselves? What we see is the very much individualistic approach. Professor Manaev is here. 70% of the Belarusians do not trust each other. Right? It's not easy, but if civil society is not giving an example, why we expect that the government will? And last, consistency. And this is the consistency is pretty much what we all lack, donors. We are simply not consistent, you know, to be also very frank. If we would be more consistent, holding accountable of our partners to certain values and standards, then we would be perhaps in a different way when it comes to civil society development. So let's be self-critical as well, because, you know, if we are basically creating the rules of these democratic bazaars, and if these rules are not kept, then, you know, the lack of consistency is also leading toward this thing. My absolute last point, you know, why the trust is an important issue. I always using, you know, one example. You know, in Slovakia, where I'm from, you go into a gas station, you fill your tank, and you go and pay. In Ukraine, you go and pay, and then you fill your tank. It's a huge difference. And I actually raised that at some point a few years ago with the head of Shell in Ukraine. Why don't you do that? Why don't you change it? And they tried in 2 gas stations. And what he said, like, we started at 8 o'clock, at 12 o'clock we had to shut down. He said, why? Because people didn't know what we mean. They did not get used to that. So it all goes back to one thing, and it's education. And this is what perhaps the single biggest thing, education, 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 or učica, 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 is the main thing what I think donors are lacking, and this is where the main sector, where the support should go. Thank you.
Thank you, Balázs. Luis?
Despite the fact that Ukraine has, for all the obvious reasons, dominated the discussion here at this conference, I have to say that I feel a little bit odd coming from Georgia, which is a bit of an outlier as it relates to almost all these matters, especially those that Balázs has just mentioned. Just to give you context, NDI has been in Georgia since 1994, and during that time we've seen Georgia transition from an independent state under Gamsakhuria to a struggling state under Shevardnadze at a time when Russians were still able to dictate certain ministers and certain ministries, to the emergence of a modern state focused on infrastructure and the elimination of street corruption under Saakashvili, and now presumably as a result of 2 elections that have demonstrated the power of the ballot box and a transition from one-party rule to cohabitation and now to a potential opportunity for real multi-party democracy, but in part that will depend upon the outcome of municipal elections. And this has been a problem in Georgia because since 2012 we've seen a huge shift without any votes being cast in terms of the leadership of those local governments. How has civil society been reflected in that time period? Well, civil society was active under Shevardnadze, essentially moved into the government under Saakashvili, and that did not mean that civil society and government would have one and the same, as was clearly demonstrated towards the end of the government's time in office, when you saw a collective of NGOs organize themselves in the first real broad-based advocacy campaign, This Affects You. And this Affects You coalition played, I think, a decisive role in magnifying what was the penultimate event in the 2012 elections, which was the prison scandal that ultimately drove Saakashvili from power and brought Ivanishvili in. And now we have Ivanishvili having spent a year in office, clearly much more engaged with NGOs than we have ever seen from a national government. At a minimum, even if he hadn't done anything beyond the 100-day conference into his administration, that would have marked a huge change. But now he has gone one step further in terms of relinquishing office and presumably power voluntarily. So what does all this mean? It actually both demonstrates a commitment on the part of the population to embracing and owning its own democracy and its own aspirations. I think that that's demonstrated not only in terms of what we've seen at the ballot box, but also in terms of the attitudes that we've seen reflected in our polling. The best example of this is as it relates to NATO. I would venture to say that most Georgians are not fully understanding of what are the requirements and commitments that are involved in terms of belonging to NATO. And yet, 3/4 of the population supports joining NATO, and furthermore, it is not without a sense of what the cost is. Because even though Georgia has not joined NATO, they saw that NATO was not able to come to their assistance in 2008. And despite the fact that you had 6 Georgians giving their lives in peacekeeping efforts in Afghanistan, there's been no diminution of support for NATO. And that is on top of the fact that the vast majority of Georgians have no idea when Georgia might actually join NATO. What does all of this mean? It means that as compared to other states, even in Ukraine, with all the demonstrations happening in the Maidan, the polling there has shown that people have said that they are for European integration by a margin of 44 to 33. That is a much narrower margin than you will see in Georgia, whether you're talking about in polling or in terms of electoral choices. So there is a clear constituency at the grassroots that is fed and supported by a vibrant NGO community. And to the point about the necessity for democracy-based NGOs, even in my time, 4.5 years in Georgia, we've seen ISFED undergo the change in leadership twice. We've seen GYLA, Georgian Young Lawyers Association, undergo change in leadership 3 times. And these are, and all by basis of democratic assemblages and conclaves. And so, it is perhaps a function of coincidence. I'm sure those who believe in monitoring and evaluation hope that it's much more than that. That this period of transition happened at the same time in which the United States and Europe committed billions in the aftermath of the 2008 war. But again, I am as much a believer as others who have expressed this point on the panel, that it is not a function of external donations that see change. It is a function of external donations to an appetite that already exists within organizations that have real legitimacy that affect that change. We are at best interested observers, although clearly not bystanders. So what does this mean going forward? I think that there are certain practical realities that exist. With regards to Ukraine and Armenia, while they have lost the current opportunity to move forward on Europe integration, both of them have large diasporas in Western Europe and in the United States. If those diasporas, and that is a big question because there's no uniformity within them, see this as a failing and as something that needs to be reinvested in, then that is the single biggest reason why you will continue to see investment in those countries. Absent that, I think the question, the issue that is posed by David is essential. Do you reward success, or do you pull back in those places where the success has not been as easily achieved? The other element that I think is important here to note is the internal pressures within the donor nations themselves. Speaking as an American, you will see that in terms of our own budget challenges and political battles, the movement within one political party for a more libertarian, isolationist perspective, I don't think that there's going to be a great appetite for foreign aid if that party comes to power. And so these are all determinatives that will impact what the future of U.S. assistance is. I think that one of the benefits with regards to Georgia and Moldova as compared to certainly Ukraine may be functions of economies of scale. We're talking about relatively smaller countries that have at least strong or as long a border with Turkey and Romania as they do with Russia or Russian-influenced areas. And so, and this is also despite the fact that both of these countries have now undergone embargoes of wine products, and both of them have frozen territorial conflicts. So economies of scale may matter in these particular instances. I think the important element going forward is threefold. Number one, how do the desires and interests of donor nations meet with those organizations that are at the forefront of change within civil society? To the point that was made by CETA is that you can only work with partners based upon their agendas. You cannot superimpose your agendas upon them. The other element to this, I think, is to what extent do we view the investment in civil society as a counterbalance, not only to what governments may do, but also to the influences upon those governments by Russia. And the third aspect of this, in my mind, is to what extent is civil society able to build upon whatever the understanding is of democracy in their respective nations. In Georgia, as compared to other places, that education still needs to take place. Ivanishvili says he is going to enter civil society, which will be very interesting to see what he chooses to do with his capacity. I mean, we're talking about someone who is worth, I believe, 40%, or his wealth reflects 40% of the GDP of the entire nation. So, you know, how that impacts what will happen domestically, I think also will have to be taken into consideration by donors sometime in the future. So I think that, you know, the other element of this is in trying to harness knowing what people want, I think is a function of education. That education has to be informed by real methodologically sound research. We have the ability in Georgia, I would say to a much greater extent than in others, to have very fulsome and research with depth to it that can help to inform both our engagement with civil society actors, their engagement with society overall, and therefore presumably the interest of donors in terms of supporting those goals and aspirations. And I would argue that there needs to be more of that, not less, because that is the way in which we will start being able to wed public interests and priorities to the actions and priorities of civil society. In summation, I would say that you know, Georgia is a huge success story as compared to others, with the possible exception of Moldova within the Eastern Partnership. Primarily, though, its success is a function of the fact that it is not because of what Russia does or does not want. Its success is a function of the fact that it has a population and a civil society, and at least at the moment, a consensus within the largest governing forces that they want to pursue the movement west.
Thank you. Jeff, to wrap it up?
All right. I'm curious what Ivanishvili will say about the funding challenges.
He won't need a grant.
NGOs. He'll have a rather different perspective. I'm not here as a donor. PASOS has conducted evaluations of democracy assistance and development assistance, and yes, we have re-granted, but I'm also here with my hat from the Civil Society Forum side. And I think one thing that comes up a lot is when you have perhaps the same thematic areas being funded for civil society work, but also for the government work, but no linkages. And I'd be curious to know what the donors have been discussing in terms of that. It's often the problem is the EU, and the EU per se is not here on the panel. But I mean, what I have been proposing is that we should have a public dialogue mechanism built into funding to the governments. Of course, it's going to be more difficult in some countries than others. And it shouldn't just be civil society, it should be the wider public. It depends on the issue, but we need more stakeholder engagement. And we should combine that with, I believe, independent monitoring of all the funding that goes to governments. How effective it is, if it really goes to where it's allocated. And we have to also admit that we might not have the expertise among civil society and independent analysts. So it would also be good to have a training mechanism. It would be great if the expertise is found, for instance, in other partner countries, but of course, if they're not, to look elsewhere. There is, I think, a 3 or 4 million EU tender which went to Konrad Adenauer Foundation to strengthen civil society, and I think that would be a very useful way of allocating that money. I don't know if anybody's here from Konrad Adenauer Foundation. And I think in terms of civil society, it's time really to professionalize and really demonstrate the added value. I think with the forum, the creation of national platforms in every country has been a big step forward. And I think some of the analytical tools, the European Integration Index, we also had monitoring of the roadmap this year, I think they're beginning to help get a picture of what works and what doesn't. But I think that there's also a challenge that to enable civil society to work properly, to monitor, it's not just the governments in the 6 partner countries, but also the EU has to be more transparent. I think the debates around the association agreements and the trade agreements have been hampered by the lack of public debate. The EU can say it should have been the national governments, but it actually should be a joint public awareness campaign. And I think that would have helped in Armenia when the president did a U-turn. I think clearly there needs to be more exchange with the EU, and I think certainly the work of donors, certainly the Visegrad Fund on education, on scholarships, this needs to be sustained, and it would be great also to see some more Western European member states trying to have this exchange so that it's not always this ghetto of Sweden, Germany, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia. And I think there needs to be a debate on the visibility of civil society in the partnership countries. I'm curious whether the World Ice Hockey in Belarus represents some opportunity. I think we have to make sure it's not just, however important it is, to have greater visibility in the international media, but if there's some way of making the challenges more visible in a constructive way, also domestically. And I think donors, on the one hand, need to challenge civil society to demonstrate its added value, but of course civil society has to rise to that challenge. And I think one thing, it came up in terms of who you are, who you represent, how many members you have. I think one challenge that should be focused on now is public debate, reaching out to shape broader-based public opinion. I think the Ukrainian example has been very positive in the last week or so. Perhaps on the next panel, the opposition parties might sign this association agreement as well. But would that have been possible in Armenia, that kind of engagement, public protests? Of course, it's different contexts, and it shouldn't always be about these big political bilateral agreements, but there are so many issues, from environmental protection, from anti-discrimination to corruption across the board. So I think a high priority should be public debates, but to get there, civil society needs to be more professional, which means they should be conducting where the governments don't, and when they do, stakeholder analysis. They should be monitoring policy implementation. They should be having evidence-driven policy recommendations being presented. And I think also in the tough cases, not just the easy cases, they should be developing a strategy of how to engage. And where engagement is difficult, they can still work to hold governments to account. We shouldn't focus only on the bilateral agreements of the Eastern Partnership. Certainly in case of Belarus, there's nothing really to monitor. So I think combining monitoring implementation together with also holding governments to account, it may mean, yes, pushing for data. Access to actual information is often the biggest change. And I think the final point, I think, is that this perhaps is an internal point for the Civil Society Forum. There are so many intergovernmental panels in the Eastern Partnership. If there is more advance notice, there is a lot of expertise out there. I think we need to put together probably a database of that expertise. So maybe just in conclusion, I think if we're looking at some pointers, they're not necessarily changes for donors, but I think, yes, protecting the rights of civil society, but I think adapting to support the policy engagement, to holding governments to account, and building broad-based public opinion.
Thanks so much, Jeff. I'm grateful to all of the panelists for reminding us of some tried and true practices that we should be doing right from the beginning of our donor work, but also at the same time some new ideas, some new approaches to these problems and challenges that we are still undergoing 20-something years after we began. I'd like to open the panel up to questions and comments from the audience. Try to get as many in as we can, please. And please also mention what group you're from.
Yeah, thank you. Olena Prisaka from Ukraine. And I would like to start with a thank word to SIDA and Mira Peterson, from especially from the analytical sector in Ukraine. Thank you for your new approach to institutional development. This is a really huge now issue which has been discussed, and it's really new developments, and it really brings analytical sector into the new level. And I would like to continue Ukraine topic. I would like to ask all of you, those who deal with Ukraine, what would be your priorities in supporting civil society, and especially civil, non-governmental analytical think tanks in the given circumstances when the government authorities reject to sign the agreement, but the civil society is for the agreement, and civil society has already shown its strength into impact and mobilizing the people and society in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Usually your priorities aren't on your website, but you're being asked about Ukraine.
There is no. My answer always is, and I know it's not that easy for institutional government donors who has to have a strategy. I would rather hear what you think is needed for Ukraine. What you say, what is needed, what you will do in your own country, what is your priority. Tell me how to change your country, where we can help.
No.
Right now. Right now, tomorrow, today. Send me a letter. Yes. No, honestly, this is really an approach that at least the European Endowment can promote and will promote, that we are really wanting to know what the people in the country, what NGOs, what the political society, political activists thinks, how they want to change, and what is now today needed. Whether today tent and the heater is needed, or maybe today printing another poster is most needed, or maybe another expertise to be written and another research to be made. What is really needed?
David, you wanted to add something?
Well, just quickly, from Canada's perspective, you have a very active diaspora community in Canada who are effective and involved in their lobbying of the government. Typically, we have been involved with election monitoring and working on public education around the electoral issues, and that has really been a focus of what we've been doing.
Maybe another question, Arthur?
My name is Artur Kacprzak. I'm from Common Europe Foundation. We issue Eastbook EU. And my question is, I would like to share my observation and add some serious problem I identify. I'm quite young in this business. It is my third or fourth year in this NGO business. But what I have noticed is that the vast majority of NGO organizations in Eastern Partnership countries are, I would say, a really strong statement that they are non-governmental, yes, but they are not democratic. I think that this is a serious problem I noticed. Why? Because mainly I meet, very strong personalities, one-man institutions, one-woman institution. They're quite skilled. They are perfect partners for donors. You are sure that they may propose sensible projects and they conduct it smoothly without administrative problems, which is, donors probably hate, administrative problems when you are reporting it. But when we can X-ray those organizations, what we can find? Are they truly democratic? Are those presidents, directors, chairmen are elected bodies, not formally on the paper, but is there support under, grassroots support for them? Are we supporting, one skilled, well-organized organizations or democratic organizations? Because why I'm highlighting this problem? Because if there is no serious democracy, election, fight, competition on the serious position, there is no desire in these civil society organizations to have democracy in their states.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Mira made the point that internal democracy inside of these organizations should certainly be a priority of what we're doing, and we understand that. Please.
I'm Marina Tabukashvili from Georgia. I'm leading Women's Fund, Tasso Foundation. And of course, I would like to know if putting accent on women's rights, equality issues, and minority rights are in agenda of the international donor community. And another thing which is related to the first issue, but also very, very much important for covering and responding to some other questions as grassroots participation, as participatory democracy, as involvement, internally displaced, rural women and minority women in building of democratic society. This is especially about the special role of national foundations. I am not speaking about this because I'm leader of national foundation, but in terms of accessibility, they all can apply to their native language. Without, we can create for them the special sessions for capacity building, individual and institutional capacity building, etc., etc. For sometimes I think why they do not think about strengthening national funds if they really need building democracy in our countries. So please consider this. We are also grant givers. We are also philanthropic organization like you are, but your priorities, you know better, big resources, etc., etc. Our priorities, we are there inside the context, and we are experts of this context. So we can do well for promoting democracy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentations. My name is Yaroslav Krivoy. I am the editor of Belarus Digest and director of the Center for Transition Studies. I heard a few speakers mentioning scholarships for people from the Eastern Partnership. I think it is important to provide those scholarships. But there are two questions related to it. The first one, do you think those scholarships actually stimulate drain brain, so people leave and people do not go back? And the related question, is there anything which the donor community is considering now to encourage people to go back? First, either by establishing programs. For example, I myself was a fellow of a program which supported people who had Western education to go back to Belarus and to teach there for 2 years. So I've been doing it for 2 years after I completed my studies in England. So that's the first question. And the second question, those new scholarships, such as the one introduced by the Nordic Council, are they going to attach any strings to funding? So in other words, when someone gets a scholarship to study in England, are they then supposed to go back to their home country or to contribute in other ways to development of their own countries? Or is it just a check to get a free degree and do whatever you want? Because I know that in the United States they issue J1 visas for those who are supported by the State Department, which means that after your studies you have to spend 2 years outside of your country, not just get a job in the United States. And most people actually do go back to Ukraine, to Belarus, to Georgia, and work there with their degrees. So are there any new initiatives or current successful initiatives of which probably not many of us are aware? Thank you.
Carla, do you want to address the scholarships issue?
Yes, but first of all, I would like to also have a comment to analytical centers, how important it is. Definitely the Visegrad Fund will support it, and when I mentioned that we had added value in different fields from the transformation period, I will mention only Slovakia. So it was a very difficult period, the mature period, and there was a real danger that we will not become the member of the European Union. At that time, there was a very good analytical center, MESA 10, and the previous members of this analytical center became members of the government. For example, Ivan Miklos or other ministers responsible for healthcare, and these persons were responsible for the most important reforms. And thanks to these reforms, Slovakia became one of the most powerful countries and prosperous countries in Central Europe. So definitely we will continue in this support. Concerning scholarships, excellent questions. How to control brain drain? So I am very happy that just today there is a huge conference during the Hungarian presidency, V4 Alumni Achievement Conference, and all former students from Eastern Partnership and Western Balkan countries are invited. And there will be a huge discussion, what is the added value, which are the achievements, if there is a kind of brain drain, and how to use these theoretical knowledges in a practical life. So I hope that there will be a very concrete outcome. That is the first thing. The second, that we wouldn't like to have an office-based policy. So very often we are visiting all the countries of Eastern Partnership, and always part of this program is meeting with former students, what they are doing, if they are in their own country. So definitely we would like to have a strategic approach and really to avoid any possibilities of brain drain.
Thanks. Maybe I'll take 3 questions in a row, then we can try to address that because we're running out of time. So one in the back.
Thank you. My name is Isabel. I come from Armenia. So my question will be, if Armenia will be a priority country for SIDA or kind of endowment for European Endowment for Democracy, because we've been many times told that unfortunately Armenia is not a priority country. So I wonder, probably it was not bad enough, but now it's bad enough. So would the priorities change? And the second question, I work for a very small organization called Youth for Democracy, and we try to fundraise since 2008 for political prisoners, for their families, to bring these cases, etc., very unsuccessfully, because especially big donors were always hesitant to support politically, motivated or whatever cases, and it was always more interest to support more rhetorical, more infrastructure, etc., democracy projects. So now in Eastern Partnership area, we learned there are still political prisoners, unfortunately, in Belarus and Azerbaijan. And would these kind of activities, more political, but at the same time more needed, funded by bigger donors? Thank you very much.
Another question?
Łukasz Byrski, Batory Foundation, Warsaw. I have a lot of questions. The debate was very interesting, but I will concentrate on one. I would ask Mr. Lovit to dwell more upon elections. You have said something that they are not worth to monitor. I think there's nothing to... Yes? Or... Okay, so, well, anyhow, I wanted to ask you about your approach towards elections. I think what has happened in Ukraine back in 2004 proved that even stolen votes can matter. What is your opinion on that?
Last question behind.
Hi, Thomas Oldham from Eris in London. Coming from the UK, there's a lot of talk the last couple of years, especially on value for money. I'm really excited about EED, but I'm also quite curious as to how transparent they're going to be able to be and how value for money could be maybe brought more into democracy support, because I think it's something that's really holding back donor countries from giving more, which they should and could be doing in democracy support.
Thank you. So 3 questions, one on Armenia, one on elections, and one on EED.
Elections. I'll take the elections one.
Please.
So I think that just again to start off with the example of Georgia, we've gone through these 2 elections thus far, but with the Ivanishvili stepping down, with the fact that local elections or local government has changed hands without elections over the course of the past year, given the fact that while there's greater political freedom and space, much of that has been occupied by pro-Russian, pro-homophobic, xenophobic entities, this notion of monitoring elections will continue to be important. But my expectation is that there will be a shift to direct donations on elections. That's just my impression, that seems to be the trend. I think that insofar as that is concerned, I think it is important to keep in mind 3 things. Number one, the technical capacity of organizations, especially as it affects their ability to do parallel vote tabulations. Secondly, the ability to monitor effectively in minority regions. And I'm saying this across the board, regardless of which country we're talking about. And the third element is the ability to be able to combine the concerns as it relates to governance with the concerns as it relates to elections. In the case of Georgia, for example, they're looking to do local government reform that would greatly expand the number of self-governing cities, and that will create a necessity for greater election monitoring for that has larger than what has been done in the last 10 years. But in general, this issue about elections monitoring, I think my impression is that at least as it regards to the U.S. government, you're going to see more direct donation to local organizations in bypassing international organizations.
Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe what you meant was I said that it's difficult in certain governments to monitor, in certain countries to monitor the government's performance. But on election monitoring, I mean, I think the focus really should be on local monitors plus the sustained engagement of OSCE, ODIHR. I think everybody was ashamed at the MEPs who went to Azerbaijan and declared it free and fair without. And I think it's important that the European Parliament actually says we will not have accredited missions, for instance, monitoring. We will perhaps observe but will not comment. We will support the sustained engagement of professional election monitors, and I think it should be, as far as possible, local, but also, obviously, the ODIHR. And I just want to make one point on the point about democratic NGOs. It is important, but expertise is also important. And not all NGOs, like businesses, are by their nature member organizations. And there is a value. I mean, you can have, the top think tank on energy security, but it doesn't have to be a democratic organization. It should be accountable and transparent. Yeah. So I think you have to be careful when democracy is relevant and when it isn't.
Mira, do you want to say something about Armenia?
Yes, and a couple of other small comments also. Armenia, yes, the whole idea with the new strategy for the Eastern Partnership is to include also, to have the possibility to include also Armenia and Azerbaijan. Exactly how we will be doing it remains to be seen, but there is a shift in priorities on the regional level. Then just to comment, not to again forget women, there was this question about the equality. This is a very big priority for SIDA and will remain so. also we are trying to work with the big machinery, bigger machinery than we are, with the EU and the EBRD, for instance, on these issues. So yes, it's something very important to us. And finally, also to the first question about the analytical centers, what we wanted to do with this new instrument that we are building now is to increase connectivity and to give the opportunity to have more peer contacts, peer reviews. Thank you.
Carla, you wanted to add something?
To the elections, very briefly, only one sentence. We mentioned the support of civil society, public administration, education, etc. But taking into consideration elections, it is also very important how to support EU and pro-democratic political parties also in Eastern Partnership. So that is also a big issue.
Usually I'll let you wrap it up.
Thank you. I will not wrap it up. I'm in listening mode,
Unwrap,
not
please.
in instructing mode or even not wrapping up. But first I want to say Armenia is a priority country for endowment. It's clearly stated, it's part of our geographic mandate, and we do not attach a specific priority to any of the country. All of them in the European neighborhood are our priority. So Armenia is our priority, and actually it's already proved. One of the first funding decision was directed to Armenian project, small, but among first 10 we already have support provided to Armenian NGO. With regard to the whole concept and the question about operational model of the endowment, I want to once again underline that that European Endowment for Democracy is not, we are very privileged sitting here among donors, but we are very small. If we compare our budget to the budget of the big donors, that's nothing to be compared. But we consider endowment as an effort of the donors, because SIDA also provides support for us. But the money that we will spend, those also Swedish money, are going to be spent differently than the Swedish money spent by SIDA directly. For example, we do not organize call for proposals. That's a small difference, but already a difference. So we consider ourselves not as an independent player, but rather as a gap filler. We are looking for those moments where a system of donorship sometimes cannot address a specific issue. That also applies to the question of our Armenian colleague. We also are ready to support politically sensitive initiatives where it's not that easy for bilateral donors. So here, format of being NGO, and here we are NGO, it's not a government donor, although we can call it multinational donorship, provides us extra neutrality that allows us to engage in a politically sensitive initiatives and help people who are really having a strong political agenda behind their NGO and civil society activism. So that is something where I can definitely say endowment sees its role, and it is transparent to the level of as it is allowed by the beneficiary. So we always ask our beneficiary whether the information about support wants to be published publicly or just reported internally through our accountability mechanisms. In some cases, we have to even protect the beneficiary. That is in the case of the very hostile environment like in Belarus or in Azerbaijan, where the fact that someone is supported can lead directly to the prison gate.
Thank you so much, my colleagues on the panel. I was asked by the organizers just to urge everybody to get their reimbursements as quickly as possible. They won't be given out after 1:30, and so you might be stuck here in Vilnius. I want to thank everybody for participating, for listening, and for contributing. I'll turn it over to Christina.
I'll be very brief. First of all, I would like to thank you all here in the hall. Really, we really appreciate that you came and that you spent those 2 days with us. I also would like to thank people who are watching us online. We had 7,000 watchers online, people watching us online. So thanks for them also. Thanks for all the speakers. Thanks to all the participants. Thanks for all the donors. And of course, thanks to my team. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Audronis Ažubalis. I am a member of Lithuanian Parliament. And now it's my pleasure to be a moderator of this distinguished panel, which has a very important for today's, I think for today's Europe and Ukraine as well, title, Ukraine as the EU's non-associated country, possibilities and challenges. But before I will introduce distinguished panelists, I would like to say a few words. First of all, we shouldn't exclude Ukraine, our Ukrainian case, after the Vilnius summit, from others EAP member countries. Because we should see the process. We should see how Ukraine is alienated with Moldova, states of Caucasus, Belarus. We should see the wider context. And please remember, 2 years ago I left the Warsaw with a very heavy heart. I thought that EAP policy has failed. We had at that time two different separate declarations. One declaration was from EAP countries and one from member states, EU member state countries. And I saw even, how to say, in my eyes, I saw the hostility sometimes between the participants of this summit. What we do have now? We do have a lot. We have two initial association agreements. We have visa-free with Moldova, visa facilitation with Azerbaijan. But even more, during 2 years, the whole Europe, together with our partners, have achieved the tremendous changes in the people's mind, tremendous changes in the minds of people in those countries. And what we see now in Ukraine, we see the thousands and thousands of people. It's a new wave of new Europeans. And that's what I think that we should talk about our continuation, about the future, but we shouldn't be pessimistic. At least I'm thinking so. And now I would like to introduce distinguished panelists. First of all, it's Mr. Alexander Kwasniewski. Okay, no, everybody knows, former president of Republic of Lithuania, but maybe not.
Maybe this is the future.
No. It sounds. But I would like to say he could become.
That's exactly what you said.
If he would stay in his early age in Lithuania, because I would like to inform you that Mr. Kwasniewski is a citizen of Vilnius. He born here, he grew up here, but after some time he left the parents to Poland. The next panelist, Arseniy Yatsenyuk, leader of a parliamentary faction of Batyvshchina.
Not the former president of Lithuania.
No,
Okay, fine.
Ukraine.
The future is yours, don't worry, you know.
Yes. Vitaly Klitschko, leader of Udar Ukraine. Mr. Petro Poroshenko, member of Ukrainian Parliament, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ukraine. And of course, Eugen Tsoli, president of the Ukrainian World Congress, and Oleg Tekhnibok, leader of political party Svoboda, Ukraine. Let's start from the acknowledgement that we do not have very much time. The distinguished panelists should leave after 1 hour. That's what I'm giving, 5 minutes to each of you to make a main introductory remarks, and after that we will leave to public. First of all, Mr. President, the word is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your little bit provocative introduction to me personally. I will start with this because just I write from the center where the Eastern Partnership Summit is finished, and it's a good question. It was optimistic event or pessimistic event, and I tell you what is the difference between optimist and pessimist. A pessimist is well-informed optimist. And I feel myself that I'm quite well-informed optimist, and it means that I'm close to some kind of pessimism, what is a problem. But seriously speaking, this summit was a success, because what you mentioned, we initialed 2 agreements with Moldova and Georgia. We started this facilitation of a visa regime with Azerbaijan. But of course, everything was overshadowed by this main issue, the lack of signing of association, prepared last year, at least 1.5 years ago, association agreement and free trade area agreement with Ukraine. And today the main question is what can happen next. And of course I agree with your position, and I think it was a position of all of speakers today. Of course we should continue our efforts, we should continue our job. The door should be open for Ukrainians, and of course Europe is ready to sign prepared documents as soon as possible. And of course politically that is quite clever and quite obvious position, and I think that is correct. And what concerns Europe, we can say, well, we are prepared. The problem is on the Ukrainian side, and I think this is maybe more interesting what we will hear from the leaders of the opposition, because what's happened last weeks or months. You know that I was a part, together with Pat Cox, former President of European Parliament. We were special envoys of European Parliament to Ukraine. We visited this country in the last 18 months 27 times. We spent almost 80 working days in Kiev and Kharkiv. We met President Yanukovych at least 18 or something like that times. We spent together 60 hours. Of course, that is an important part of our life, 60 hours with the Ukrainian president. Until summer, we were almost sure that Ukrainian government, Ukrainian president, they want to sign the agreement. Of course, we have some problems, we have some obstacles. You have the question of Yulia Tymoshenko, of course, but the mood and declarations, they were quite clear. Because I remember the speech of President Yanukovych during the inauguration of the parliament, and he mentioned 2 priorities, not 5 priorities, it was 2 priorities. And he said, well, the first priority is European integration, the signing of association agreement, free trade agreement, etc. And the second is modernization of the economy, modernization of the country, modernization of social politics, which is possible by European integration. What is possible using all this knowledge, support, assistance, which is offered by European Union. So, what happened then? I think the first very important factor which changed the situation is, of course, this enormous pressure from Russian side. Everything what we observed from the summer, especially blockade of Ukraine export, did a lot of damage against Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian companies. But of course it was one element of this Russian pressure. Mr. Poroshenko can tell us much more about this measures of blockade. But I think it was also the use very strong anti-European propaganda paid by Russians. And I think, and of course I have not evidence for that, Russians used a lot of personal contacts with a lot of representatives of Ukrainian elites, political life, economical life, to say, be careful, boys and girls, because if you will go to Europe, you will have a big problems. And that is a factor number 1, and it's necessary to say that this factor will be continued. It would be absolutely naive to think that this Russian pressure is finished because Ukraine didn't sign an association agreement in Vilnius. My prediction is that we can see Russian pressure next month, and the goal of this pressure will be very clear. It would be to have Ukraine not as an observer in Custom Union, but as a full member of Custom Union in the next month. And because Russians, they have still this possibility to press, especially Ukrainian economy and Ukrainian politics, they will try to use, in my opinion, this opportunity to make next step. And of course, next step, and that is Russian Russian project is to have Ukraine as a part of this new Euro-Asian Union, what is a main goal of President Putin for his political legacy. And I'm sure that for President Putin it's extremely important to be the founder of the superpower again, like in the history Peter the Great, Katrina the Great, or Joseph Vissarionovich, because really, and I understand this position. That's something what is quite natural. I can say nothing that is wrong from his point of view or Russian point of view. But in this analysis which we have now after Vilnius, it's necessary to understand that Russia will continue this pressure and will fight to have Ukraine on own side, first. Second, of course, Europe, I said, firstly, should have this open door policy, and we should encourage Ukrainians to go, to be more determined on this way. I think Europe should be prepared much better to answer how we are ready to help Ukraine because of all these Russian sanctions or pressure, etc. I think this element was not enough discussed on the top of European Union last month. But now, after this experience, we understand quite well that we should speak not only about values and standards, but we should speak about some concrete elements of this European policy towards Ukraine. And the third point, I think, is the most important, and that is something what is a main question for all of us last days. What really Ukraine wants to do? What is the position of the president? What is the position of the government? Because we don't know, frankly speaking. After all this declaration about this pro-European way and pro-European path, we see the change in the last minute. We were not informed about all these problems earlier. Our feeling is that we were, frankly speaking, not our mission, I speak about many European leaders, we were misled by Ukrainian leadership, and of course it creates a big problem, the problem of the trust, the problem of mutual understanding, the problem how to cooperate in the future if we have such fundamental problem. We cannot find common language and such mutual understanding. So our first question, and I think that will be the policy of all of us next month, is to ask the Ukrainian government what means this situation, how they explain these last decisions, because we have still not enough information and explanation for that. Then, of course, for us, it's extremely important that Ukraine, and that is a big difference between Ukraine and Belarus, for example, or Russia, Ukraine has quite strong civil society. And this civil society tries to say something now on the streets. They want to say that we want to be part of European community. That is our not only dream, but that is our project for our life. The question for all of us is how strong the civil society is now. And if the civil society will be enough strong to say what they want during the next election, it means presidential election 2015. And finally, because I have not enough time for all this analysis, I think the next point is, of course, the position of leaders of these parties which are here, because in my opinion, 2015 can be decisive election for this main question, where Ukraine wants to go, to the east or to the west, or using the metaphor of Mr. Technibok from the last session of the parliament. He said that the alternative it was some days before the match, not very successful match, France-Ukraine, but he said that the alternative is quite simple. If we want to play in the Champions League, or Ukraine wants to play in the Champions League, or Ukraine wants to play in Kremlin's Cup. And that is the case. And of course, in this case, it's necessary to say what is really the wish, what is the will of a majority of Ukrainians, because without this understanding from the roots, from the social level, from the civil society, it would be difficult to define such real strategy for the future. And of course, if opposition wants to go to Europe, it's necessary to collect all the people, collect all these efforts for this goal. And I think it's necessary from your point of view also to discuss very seriously how this Ukraine connected with European Union should manage all these relationships with Russia. Because this Russian factor, what I said at the beginning of my speech, is and will exist one of the most important elements defining the situation of Ukraine and policy of Ukraine. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I ask and I give floor to Mr. Yatsenyuk, I would like to inform you that the negotiations regarding the Vilnius Declaration is still going on, and the diplomats still negotiating on the formulas. And one draft is changing another. And I just would like to quote one of the draft. The EU and the Ukraine reiterate their commitment to the signing of this agreement on the basis of determination action and tangible progress in the three areas emphasized at the 2013 EU-Ukraine summit. This is about association agreement. What do you think? What if it would be agreed in Vilnius? What it would mean for you, Mr. Arseny?
Pleasure to see you, everyone. Frankly speaking, this is not the best day in my life. And people on the streets, they are absolutely frustrated. Me not, because I haven't expected nothing from this president. It was the bluff from the start. President Yanukovych has nothing to do with the European values, except European value, probably. For today, what we need to channel the energy of millions in order to have, in my country, a really pro-European president, pro-European parliament, and pro-European government. What we as an opposition already did, we did everything. What we can as an opposition. We supported an enormous amount of, sorry to tell you, that bloody bills presented by President Yanukovych. We unblocked the House. We were absolutely and extremely cooperative with this government. Yulia Tymoshenko personally has sacrificed herself in order to lift the impediment on the road to the European Union. What President Yanukovych did, he sold the country. He did it in order to buy the office of the governor of Ukraine in Russian Empire. So we can easily name that the winner of this game is President Putin. And I want to be very clear on this particular issue. Folks, we lost Armenia. We practically lost Ukraine. And the Western world is losing this fight, I would say. And this is the reality. And we need to realize this. So we can say, you know, like Ukraine, that what we practically lost, Syria, Snowden, and Russia. It's like USSR in capital letters. I don't want to exaggerate the threat, no. But this is not the way how we can handle the foreign policy. Someone in Kremlin decided to turn the trade screw, and 45 million of Ukrainian people lost their hope in being a part of Europe. And there is no any effective mechanism how to stop this mess. Despite the fact that Russia is a member of WTO, despite the fact that we as Ukraine have a number of bilateral and multilateral agreements with the Russian Federation that Russia violates on a constant basis, despite the fact that the entire Western world said that, you know, we need to fight for this and for that and to support Ukraine, but in any case, we lost. And this is the reality for today. So what we are to do? We definitely need to be united as a Ukrainian opposition. And this is the key factor for us. And this is not about the personality who is to run in the presidential race. Frankly speaking, I don't care. I care about the president who is to sign a treaty with the European Union. We need to hammer out this deal with the European Union. And in order to get this victory, in order to take over the office of the president in 2015, because it was up to the president to sign. He has the hand and he has the pencil. We need to be determined and to be decisive. And heavily rely on the support of Ukrainian people. Because look, President Kuchma said that Ukraine is not Russia, and I would add that Kyiv is not Minsk. And if President Yanukovych thinks that he can easily just turn the tide and make the U-turn and sell the country and join the customs union, because he needs guarantees. He needs guarantees from Russians or from someone else that he will retain in the office of the president in 2015. And in order to achieve this goal, he definitely needs, because the country is in a desperate financial plight. Look at the economy. Flat growth, minus 10% of the industrial output. We lost about $20 billion of forex reserves. So we are just going down on a very high speed. So, and in order somehow to maintain the situation, and in order somehow to cover the social expenditures, he needs a financial support. From the IMF? Yes, but not in this case, because the IMF sets a clear benchmark to increase the tariffs for households, and it's not just about the tariffs, it's to balance the budget, to have less corrupted government, and to have more transparent financial system in the country. And again, it doesn't coincide with the goals of President Yanukovych. So he needs someone very flexible who can easily provide him with the $15 or $20 billion to fill the budget gap in order to cover the social expenditures and in order to rig the presidential elections and to buy the voters. Is President Putin ready to provide this on a free basis? No. Because for today, this President Yanukovych is much weaker than he was 5 hours ago. This is the trap for him. But we don't care about the president, we care about the country. So in my feeling is that President Putin will press on him and press on us. And you've raised an issue of relations with Russia. Look, we want to have these real relations, but not as a subordinates. Not as a young brother and old brother, you do remember from the Soviet times. And they still have this kind of model in their minds. So we need to start from the scratch, Mr. President, because frankly speaking, we don't have any kind of real relations with Russia, except one: press, 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 and press. Just final remark. The new president and the new government and the new house will sign an association agreement with the European Union, and we are determined to this goal.
Thank you, Mr. Yeltsin. Mr. Klitschko, what do you think about the possibility to keep the same level of public engagement in EU affairs in your country? Because till the presidential elections is still plenty of time, and how government could use any measures to calm down or to prevent from this engagement in EU affairs, in your path towards Europe. What do you think? What should be done?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say good afternoon, everybody. I don't know, is good afternoon or not good. I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed and upset because to the last minute, I hope, we make a meeting yesterday until middle night, all three leaders of opposition. We talking. We have a chance. Yanukovych is here. If Yanukovych ignore Vilnius, it's very bad sign. He's here and we have hope. We have hope to the last minute. We talk a lot with President Kwasniewski because President Yanukovych make a lot of declaration. But between declaration and implementation always was huge difference. He promised that and that and that and that pretty long time. 22 years independence. We wait of changes in our country. We believe in better future. And right now, if we see 22 years ago, if Iron Curtain fall down, in Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, It's our neighbor's country. Poland, Czech Republic, Slovak Republic, Hungary, and Lithuania make changes. They take a direction in these 22 years, huge progress. Huge progress in every kind of direction. Economy, civil society. We wait. Ukrainian can wait, but Ukrainian will be never wait if somebody steal the hope. And right now, if everybody was shocked, if we received the information, the government and president stopped moving to Euro integration in the last week. It was very difficult to understand, and that's why the result, you know, hundreds of thousands of people, millions around the world, come in many different cities, not just in Ukraine, in Paris, front of embassy, Berlin, Seoul, everywhere where Ukrainian want to live in country without ways no corruption, where we have rule of law, where we have main point, the human, which is right, and the future. A lot of Ukrainian, we talk about 46 million Ukrainian. It's the numbers of people a couple of years ago. I don't think so, we 46. No, it's Ukrainian more than 46 around the world, but it exists right now in Ukraine much less because people leave Ukraine, they need a job, they need the better future, they doesn't see the future in our home country. The last couple of 3 years. 3 years ago, and President Yanukovych announced European integration as priority in our law, and we want everybody to make changes. But it was just declaration. Right now, the mask fall down. I told many times, Yanukovych don't want to move to European Union. He don't want to move to Custom Union. Why? It's a clear answer. Custom Union, if we talk about the plans of Russia to build empire, to build empire. In empire, we have just one imperator. He don't want to be the governor of Ukraine. He don't want to move to Europe because he don't want to make changes in our country because it means he can't make a business. And right now, what happens in Ukraine? They break all rules, almost 3-year Kyiv without mayor, self-government destroyed, the people, it's no rules and no trust to police, no trust to justice, no trust to nobody, and we have just a hope. What happens right now, and you question what we have to do right now, is the main point, civil society. The main point, civil society, because I don't think so Yanukovych have power to fighting against civil society. Everybody told Europe it's our way. And we have to talk right now about our plan. And our plan, if Yanukovych don't want to go to Europe, we have to do everything. We go to Europe without Yanukovych. It's our main goal as opposition. How it will be not easy. We work with different parties. We build different ideology. We have, but united us two very important things. We want to live in Ukraine as European country and with European rules. And we're fighting all together against regime.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Klitschko. Now I would like to give a floor to Mr. Poroshenko, who is not just experienced politician, but also a successful businessman who, by the way, experienced the Russian sanctions on his enterprises. But now we could talk about not those who are against Ukraine, but who could be and should be and must be, at least what I am thinking, and maybe are, for Ukraine. I would like to ask how you think about the last mission of IMF and very strict conditions which they've set up to Ukrainian government on 31st of October. Please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, distinguished audience. I think this is a very important date and very important place when we have this meeting. 29th of November, Vilnius. Starting from February year 2013, millions of Ukrainians connected with this date and with this place their strong hopes for European integration of Ukraine. We count weeks and days until Ukraine make a formal step to become an associated member of European Union. And we try to do our best to reach that. Does it today day of disappointment? I try to be absolutely on contrary with the previous speeches. Not at all. We do a lot of positive things during this half a year. The first achievement, more than 60% of Ukrainians now supporting European integration. That never ever before in Ukrainian history. And this is a result of our joint work, successful work. Position number 2. Can you tell me, do you really believe that Yanukovych are going to sign this association agreement? From my point of view, that was a surprise, a miracle. Not what we really want to accept and to wait. But we pass a long way, including strengthening the civil society. And immediately when in absolutely undiplomatic manner, Ukrainian government make this decision, our dear European partners, I'm very sorry for the style of communication of Ukrainian government with their European partners. This is simply unacceptable. This is killing the trust. And that's understandable that it's created enormous difficulties to cooperate further without this form of trust. But we want to thank a lot all European leaders. President of Lithuania, Dalia Grybauskaitė, who make tremendous efforts to provide Ukraine for signing up association agreement. The mission of President Cox and President Kwasniewski for 28 visits and constant work. Sorry, but I'm sure that you will have a monument before the Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Very much, of course.
Because you do a tremendous job, no matter if we don't have a success. Why? It's not your fault. And the whole European leaders demonstrating, we do not give Ukrainian authority the chance to put a responsibility on Europe by presenting any new condition for signing up association agreement, for not making a compromise on EULA case or anything like that. Not at all. This is your, gentlemen, responsibility, because key to Europe, we keep the door open, saying the European leaders. But key from this door is in Kiev. Please take the key and open the door. We're not doing that, but it is your responsibility. By the way, does it European integration of Ukraine is in danger? Does we are absolutely sure that we don't have any difficulties in year 2015? Yes, it is in danger. We will, maybe in 1 or 2 weeks, we will have initiative for withdrawing Ukraine from Energy Community Treaty. Do you understand that that was a precondition for deep and comprehensive free trade agreement? And having that, maybe, that would be a reason to have a new negotiation for the new, maybe, or maybe probably, more ambitious association agreement, more ambitious DCFTA. But that's created danger. And we should defend our European perspective. We should defend the democracy in Ukraine. Defending democracy meaning we should defend the civil society in Ukraine, which passed a very successful test during the last week, having hundreds of thousands of people on the streets of Kyiv and millions of people on the streets of Ukraine and in the whole world, demonstrating we have a brilliant civil society. And we have a strong hopes because of this civil society to demonstrate and to win that European idea, which united Ukraine actually, because Ukraine living many, many years separated, east from west, on the religion, on the language, on a different other factor, but idea European integration is united country. I promise you, we keep this unity. And I promise you, we do our best to keep with the Ukrainian people the European idea. And I am optimist, even in such a difficult day like today, that Ukraine will be a member of European Union. And the question of Russia, and question of IMF, and question of compensation, very stupid question, by the way, because I don't understand why European taxpayers should pay corruptive Ukrainian authorities for having independent court, for having democracy, to having freedom of speech, freedom of mass media. This is in our interest. And exactly in our interest is all the points which is in the IMF program. Because this is not talking about the rising up the tariffs. This is a closing of corruptive black hole of NAK Naftogaz when they steal in the money. Money which is money of Ukrainian taxpayers and money of the whole world taxpayers which forming the budget of the IMF. This is unacceptable. That's why our goal is, and we don't have any economic difficulties, because pressure of Russia on Ukrainian enterprises, this is not a question of the interest, of the owner of these enterprises or the fate of these enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a question of Ukrainian sovereignty. This is a question of Ukrainian independence. And Ukrainian independence and Ukrainian sovereignty is priceless. And we thank a lot our European partners for demonstrating solidarity with Ukraine, for keeping door open in Ukraine, and answering to President Kwasniewski, what is our plan? We should work hard for keeping European door open for Ukraine. We should work hard to have in year 2014 visa-free regime is not directly associated with association agreement, but Ukrainian people do their best to have visa-free regime, and we really count on your support, our European colleagues and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poroshenko. Now the word goes to Mr. Technibok, and my first question is, very mildly speaking, the Ukrainian society is not so homogeneous. And when we are talking about that now it's such a huge pro-European wave in your society, we see some differences. What do you think about how to engage whole Ukraine, whole regions in this pro-European activity? Thank you.
Дякую за ваше запитання. Вітаю, шановне товариство. Дійсно, українське суспільство є неоднорідним. Але я хочу нагадати історичний один такий факт, коли в нас були проблеми з Росією,
Just a moment, because the people need to... Yeah.
коли в нас були проблеми...
Second channel.
Зачекайте. Так. Подумати.
Дякую. Коли в нас були проблеми з Росією навколо острова Тузла, тоді ця подія моментально об'єднала українців як з Заходу, так і Сходу. Як і україномовних, так і російськомовних. І ось зараз сталася ситуація для багатьох несподівана, але питання європейської інтеграції, воно доволі серйозно згуртувало в кулак українське громадянське суспільство. І фактично та ідея нашого майбутнього в Європі, вона стала базовою для багатьох людей. Звісно, що режим Януковича сьогодні є зацікавлений в тому, щоб розділити українське суспільство. Щоб ви розуміли, що вони завжди діяли за римською старою формулою «розділяй і володарюй». Це було завжди. Вони, наприклад, протягом останнього року нашої спільної боротьби в парламенті постійно, кожного дня намагалися нас, трьох лідерів опозиції, наші політичні партії, пересварити. Але їм цього не вдалося. Можливо, оці виклики, які сьогодні Господь дав Україні, можливо, вони якраз і допоможуть згуртувати дуже сильно і сцементувати Україну. Ми маємо зовнішній виклик. Ми розуміємо, що сьогодні Путін не пробачить Януковичу оту подвійну гру протягом останнього року часу. Адже Янукович намагався всидіти на двох стільцях. Він хотів свою політику вести таким чином, щоб і домовитися з Митним Союзом, і з Європою, щоб одні його не чіпали, і інші не чіпали, щоб одних можна було доїти трошки, і інших можна було трошки доїти. І самому з того користатися. Але не вдалося. Ви пригадуєте, тільки-но Янукович і його команда почали заявляти мінімальні тези про євроінтеграційні прагнення України, як Путін моментально дав реакцію. І це була жорстка реакція. Це були не просто його політичні слова, це були економічні санкції. Проти України почалася м'ясна війна, молочна війна, війна шоколадна. Це поруч з тим, що Росія ніколи не припиняла вести інформаційну війну проти України. До речі, ми говоримо, що, наприклад, Східна Україна є проросійсько налаштована. А як по-іншому? Якщо вони дивляться тільки російські канали, де повністю спотворена інформація про Україну і, звичайно, про Європу. То як може бути по-іншому? Росія веде проти України енергетичну війну з постійними шантажами. Росія веде гуманітарну війну, навіть релігійна війна проти України. Російський патріарх Кирил, глава Московської православної церкви, заявив чітко, він хоче на території України, як він каже, строїть руський мір. От вони хочуть в нас робити руський мір. І оце величезна зовнішня загроза, яка сьогодні не тільки перед Україною є, але й перед Європою, товариство. Мені здається, для Європи дуже важливо, чи кордон з Кремлівською імперією знаходиться на східному кордоні України, чи на західному кордоні України. Сьогодні, на жаль, ми бачимо, що цей кордон перемістився для Європи на західний кордон України. Другий фактор – це є внутрішній фактор. Режим Януковича не буде пробачати громадянам, які проявили свій протест. Вже зараз розпочалися репресії проти учасників Євромайдану. І ці репресії будуть тривати і далі. Ми передбачаємо, що міністр освіти Табачник розпочне активні дії проти студентів, які були дуже активними протягом останнього тижня часу. Будуть і позбавлені вони стипендії, найбільші активісти. Не виключено, що їх будуть навіть звільняти з навчальних закладів. Це так само може стосуватися опальних ректорів, які виступили на підтримку громади і дозволяли студентам, не забороняли, по-іншому скажу, студентам виходити на вулицю. Ми розуміємо, що репресії почнуться і проти активних учасників Майдану, і вони вже є. Я сьогодні на прес-конференції інформував, що 2 активістів вже суд моментально заарештував на 2 місяці. Це при тому, що ми майже кожен другий день в Україні отримуємо відомості, що величезні корупціонери, злодії, які крадуть державний бюджет, яких звинувачують в мільйонних розтратах державної казни, їх відпускають до суду. Декому надягають браслет, дехто навіть з тим браслетом може собі вільно чи не вільно, але поїхати за межі України і десь там переховуватися. Але по відношенню до активістів Майдану сьогодні почалися репресії. Ще 2 активістів нашої організації вчора були затримані. Вчора були спалені 2 автомобілі. Один автомобіль, мікроавтобус, який займався логістикою Євромайдану, інший мікроавтобус керівника Херсонської організації «Свободи», який був одним з активних учасників Євромайдану в Херсоні. Це є попередження і це є намагання залякати опозицію. Крім того...
Just a moment, because President Kwasniewski is leaving, but maybe you will agree, sorry that I interrupted you, because the time is precious, just to answer 2 questions, short. 2 questions, who wants? Please.
Yeah.
Sorry, because...
Valery Chaly, the chairman of Expert Council on the EU-Ukraine Committee. I use this opportunity to say thank you, Mr. President, for that work. And we are hope... I want to also believe that this is not finished, your work with Ukraine.
Okay, question, please question.
My question, Mr. Füle, European Commissioner Füle mentioned this position of EU still the same, open door. You have learned some lessons from this experience. Please give your advice. 2 main things, what we should do together with opposition.
Okay, the last question, please. Okay. But just please, fast.
Yes.
Mr. President, what's happening in Vilnius reminds me of the story of this woman who had 20 kids, and everybody was asking her, oh, you must love kids. You must love kids. All the time the same question. And eventually she answered, well, not so much, but I really love the process. And here, everybody was asking for the last few months, oh, we'll sign the association agreement, we'll sign the association agreement. And we forgot that to sign the association agreement, to have the baby, there needs to be a process. And the process was improving democracy, rule of law, market economy. And no progress has been done. It has been even a regression. So my question is to you, Mr. President, using what Petro Poroshenko was saying. Do you think the European Union should pay for the process?
Well, so that's important questions. I have very limited time. So first, this lesson also for European Union, I mean the lesson what happened last days and weeks with Ukraine is important for all of us. We discussed in European Parliament 5th of December, and 5th of December will be the decision what to do with our mission. I think is a chance that we will prolong, of course, in different conditions. We don't know what kind of reaction we can expect from the authority of Ukraine, but I think to show for Ukraine that Europe is still engaged, it's necessary to prolong our job, and we are ready to do it. What is, I said only one, President Schulz will decide to prolong our mission, he's obliged to send very personal letters to our wives. Because I think this is the weakest point of our mission now, you know, that we say to our wives they will spend next 80 days and nights in Kiev and other places. Then, of course, what I agree with my colleagues here, and my first wish is really be united, because that is maybe the most important element. If you are united, this is a chance that first of all, you can collect the civil society around you, and secondly, even we observed, we were in Verkhovna Rada, and we know how it works, but still, if you are united, that's some power. It's not enough power, and you are not correctly respected by the majority, but still you are power. If you will be divided, no chances for nothing. Then we have extremely important and sensitive moment in the history of Ukraine. Because frankly speaking, next month, until the election 2015, with election 2015, it's a time when Ukraine finally will define own destiny. To the east, to the west, or stay as some kind of political vacuum. And that's something what will happen. We know about Russian pressures. It will be continued. We know about the politics of President Yanukovych. Something unknown for us is the power of civil society and the power of the opposition and the possibility to organize the really strong support for this European aspiration by the voters in the election 2015. That is the decisive moment. Europe should do everything to keep door open, to support civil society, to support the leaders and parties of pro-European orientation. And I think what is extremely important, and we need good time for that, is necessary to discuss about all these economical elements which are the real problem of Ukraine now. Because frankly speaking, with Russian support or without Russian support, with IMF support or without, the Ukraine very close to the bankruptcy. That is a problem that even we can sign, theoretically, would be much better if we would sign association agreement today. But next days, Ukraine can be associated member with economical default. And I think that is something what was not the task of our mission, Kaczynski mission, but that is a task of European leaders and the leaders of Commission, the leaders of European Union, to discuss what we can do to support Ukrainian economy, to support Ukrainian finances, etc. And last point, and that is, I absolutely agree with you, with Petro, if we are speaking with Ukrainians about European values, European standards, independent courts, freedom of speech, independent media, freedom of media, we don't speak about our business. We speak about your business. We speak about your country, how to make Ukraine better organized, more democratic, modernized in many elements. And when we have a question from today's authority of Ukraine that because of your proposal, it means European proposal, we need some extra compensation, that is, of course, unacceptable. We can speak about some kind of assistance, support, solidarity, but we cannot say that this Europe is so difficult, so strange structure that it's necessary to compensate that because Ukraine, we want to have Ukraine in our community. That is absolutely unacceptable, and I'm sure, and after my experience in Ukraine from the independence of Ukraine, the last 22 years, and after everything what we can observe now, I'm still optimistic. I know that we have decisive time, we have a difficult time, we'll have a lot of problems, we'll have enormous pressure from the East, we'll have problems domestically in Ukraine, but you have civil society, you have young generation, you have such good leaders as you sitting here in front of our audience. And if we will collect all these efforts, if we will collect our knowledge and our determination, we can reach this goal. Ukraine is part of Europe, and now it's necessary to do everything to say, not only to say that Ukraine is a part of Europe, but Ukraine should be the part of Europe, and that is my wish, that is not my dream, and I'm sure that together we will fulfill these dreams and these hopes of so many, many Ukrainians. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for our cooperation, and we will continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. All the best to you in your endeavor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, dear friends, I will ask Mr. Eugene Choli, who represents here 20 million of Ukrainian diaspora. Mr. Choli, please.
I have mixed feelings about what happened in the last months. As you know, in Ukraine, with two Klitschko brothers, boxing is a very popular sport. And in boxing, It's not who wins the first round, nor the second round. It's he who wins the last round that counts. I think clearly what transpired in Ukraine, President Putin won the first round. His puppets in Ukraine won the second, and it's up to us to win the third. Clearly, after 4 years of negotiations, initialing the agreement more than a year and a half ago, to come with the lame excuse that we witnessed on November 21 is simply unacceptable. Where my optimism lies is in what happened 3 days after November 21. On November 24, somebody much more important than the president of Ukraine, much more important than the governing authorities of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine spoke. And you name me one country that's a member of the EU today, when there's this soul-searching within the EU that could mobilize over 100,000 people in November for hours outside, not to fight for jobs, for lower taxes, for better pensions, but for an ideal. For an ideal for Europe, for Ukraine's Euro integration. I think it's now incumbent on those within the EU that were saying for the last year and longer that we want to hear that tangible voice from Ukraine that it really wants to be part of the EU. Well, the EU got it from the most important component in Ukraine. It got it from the people of Ukraine. And I think now it's incumbent upon Europe to answer that call. That call that was united, voluntary, and extremely clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chole.
I just want to tell you one more thing, that in 1994, at the insistence of the international community, Ukraine did something that probably no other country would have done. It got rid of its nuclear arsenal. And in return, the international community blessed that move with the Budapest Agreement. That agreement, contrary to popular belief, does not just address the military issue. The Budapest Agreement provides that those who have signed the agreement, which includes Russia, will not use economic pressure against Ukraine. So when Europe talks about values, Europe needs to address the Russian problem. And Europe needs to come up with a clear and tangible process, formula to deal with Russia. It's not enough to have just a condemnation of that conduct. There needs to be a clear policy how to deal with a country that blatantly violates international conventions.
Thank you, Mr. Chole. We do have a real shortage of time. That's what I'm asking you to ask very precisely, not make any statements, but just ask. Mr. Andrius Kubilius, please, opposition leader, former twice Prime Minister of Lithuania.
Dear colleagues, really, it's a pleasure to see you again, still surviving and in a good boxing mood, I should say. So really, it's a day is not very happy. Still, I remember yesterday we still had some small hopes that the day can be much more happy. But I think that what we need, it's obvious what happened. So the question is just now, what is a post-Vilnius strategy? And my very simple questions. One is really, what do you think about what President Kwasniewski was speaking, economical and financial situation of Ukraine, and what is the solution? Because as we understand from the numbers, really it's on the verge of collapse. So maybe Mr. Poroshenko can explain. Second question. Just few very small questions.
You are stealing
very simple,
the question.
Very simple. No, it's as we understood from the news, President Yanukovych still declared, going from Vilnius, that there is an opportunity to sign association agreement maybe during the next EU-Ukraine summit. So what is your opinion about that? And the last point, elections in 2015. What we need to do to defend possibility to have a real democratic elections in Ukraine in 2015, with everything what we saw till now, what happened in Ukraine.
Now I understand why you achieved twice to become a prime minister. Mr. Madalinskas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alvydas Madalinskas, Mykolas Riomeris University. Well, I think we are all disappointed about what happened yesterday evening and this morning, but there is also the brighter side. This civic activity in the streets, in the squares of Kiev and other places in Ukraine. We all were talking that that's a very positive sign because it's also the shift of the ideas in the minds of the people, geopolitical shift. But you all know one problem, that there is not so clear connection between you as a free party leaders and those people. I was in the weekend and talking was not only with politicians, but also with the people on the ground in Maidan, with those who organize these Maidans. We also ask you not to bring the political banners, flags, prapors, and so on. But the question is now, what message are you going to send to those people who are now on the street and in the squares? How you're planning to make a bridge with those people between the free political parties in opposition and those people who have the same idea, pro-European idea? And the last point, maybe you are planning to present for them united team of all your free parties. As in the European Union countries, we are calling it shadow cabinet or whatever, that people would see the team, united team going together for 2015.
Okay.
Thank you.
5 minutes left, please. The last question, it's about you, please.
My name is Ostap Krivdik. I'm a political analyst from Ukraine. My question is simple. What will EU do and what will opposition do if Yanukovych would like to make Maidan a new Tiananmen Square? Having violently broken down the opposition, is EU ready to get new political refugees? What opposition will do if Maidan is violently broken?
I've got, please, each of you, short answers, please. Mr. Arseny.
On the economic stance and on the financial meltdown, the key factor for us is the IMF loan, but it's clear that he will never meet the benchmarks of the IMF loan. So he heavily relies on Russian cash. And that's the reason why he actually made this U-turn. On the opposition, I want to be very clear that the opposition is to stay united, and this is the only chance how to take over the office of the president of 2015. You know, we need to establish something like a joint chief of staff in order to win this fight, the fight for the pro-European future of the Ukrainian people. The third issue related to civil society and political parties that are a little bit split. You know what has happened, and frankly speaking, probably I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, correct me, but it's imported technology from Russia and from Belarus to say, look, all politicians are bastards. We need to have some kind of civil society. And then, just to get rid of political forces, we can have a number of perfect rallies of 20 or even 30 or 100,000 people with no political representation. That's what has happened in Russia, and that's what has happened in Belarus. So, our goal of politicians to say, look, if one can say that this is not the political war, no, this is the clear-cut political demand, because to join the European Union is a political aim. To topple the president of Ukraine is a political aim. To change the country is a political aim. And this job has to be done by politicians in a strong cooperation with the civil society. In extremely strong cooperation with the civil society.
Thank you.
And that's our job.
Mr. Vitali, please.
It's clear. Without communication with three leaders, without united opposition, we can't win this game. Not game, this battle. Because right now they're starting duty game against everyone. And the main goal for Yanukovych, he understands the danger and he give everything to win election 2015. We understand we have to unite it and coordinate our activity. Without together work, we will lose definitely. First point. The second point. Right now, I'm totally agree. We talk about that, what they are saying about civil society and party. Every people who come to Maidan and support European integration, it's already politician. Already political wish to decide to live in Europe. And that's why I'm more than sure we have to work, we have to explain, it's together work. Because we, a political party, we are representative of society also. And I'm more than sure we have to work much more together and to understand, to explain to people, it's just if we win together, if not, we lose together. Political and society also.
Thank you. Mr. Poroshenko, please.
Thank you very much indeed. I have two very short answers. I'm not agreed that we should build a bridge between civil society and opposition parties. This is not true. Every part of the deal should have their own function. Opposition parties should be a member or should be inside the civil society. But it should be the leader of the civil society and present a plan what to do. Because for civil society, it would be a little bit more difficult than for the opposition party to take a plan and to take responsibility for the success, fulfillment of this plan. And for the economic question, we should understand that Ukraine cannot survive as it was before, in the situation as it was before, additional 4, 5, 6 months. Because of the budget deficit, because of the current state of the golden currency reserve, which we said that it is cut by half within the last 2 years. And they have two options. Option 1, European integration in IMF. Option 2, loans from Russia and lowering price on the gas just for cutting the budget and deficit of payment. We understand that yesterday and today, Ukrainian authority choose the second version. I think this is the best. This is the bad option for Ukraine. And I think that this scenario is not avoid us from the economic problem in the future. Because we don't need the money, or just the money. We need a modernization of economic. With this scenario, we don't have a modernization. And that's the main problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Technibo, please.
На першому етапі нам дуже важливо зберегти єдність парламентської опозиції і скоординувати наші дії, в тому числі в контексті виборів 2015 року. І будьте певні, ми придумаємо найоптимальніший варіант, щоб ці вибори виграти. На другому етапі нам потрібно все зробити, щоб не було протистояння між парламентською опозицією і позапарламентською опозицією, яка сьогодні вже починає формуватися. Інша річ, що як парламентська опозиція, так і позапарламентська опозиція – це є політика. Тому нам потрібно розбити оті плани Банкової адміністрації президента Януковича щодо протистояння між громадянським суспільством і опозиційною політичною силою, які надмухувалися штучно. От ми зараз маємо приїхати і поставити крапку на тому протистоянні. Що стосується економічного фактору, ми розуміємо, що Україна економічно на грані дефолту. Ми розуміємо, що всі ті подачки, які сьогодні отримують від Росії, це лише латання дірок. Якщо дають 15 мільярдів, то мінімум половину вкрадуть собі в кишеню, решта кинуть на погашення відсотків від кредитів. А решта, можливо, там трошки на виборчу кампанію. Народ того не отримає. І, звісно, ми маємо нюхом відчути настрій людей, коли реально люди зможуть повстати проти тієї влади і зуміти не допустити репресій, про що було запитання. Бо ми сьогодні є реально на порозі жорстких силових репресій проти тих, хто думає не так, як влада Януковича.
Thank you. And Mr. Chorley, please.
I'd like to answer the third question of Mr. Kubilius, namely what to do in order to optimize the possibilities of having as close as possible to fair elections. I think that we have seen in 2004 what it takes. It takes a maximum number of international observers. It has worked then, it will work every time that the world looks at the elections. And I want to use this opportunity to say that this week, Canada has announced that it will send 25 international election observers on December 15 for the partial rerun elections in 5 districts. If Canada can send 25 international observers across the sea, then European countries should send a substantial higher number in order to ensure that those by-elections or rerun elections are as close as possible to fair elections, to give an immediate signal to those who were on the street the whole week that Europe has heard their message and is immediately acting not only with words but with action, and in order to ensure that people would have the confidence to go to vote in 2015, knowing that the international community will be there.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear friends, thank you for being here. I think on the name of all of us, we wish you all success, great success, and be sure that we will stand together with you. All the best to you, and have a safe trip going back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is the kind of time when at a dinner party all the official guests have left and only true friends remain. So we are here for a sort of a conversation between friends of Georgia, and I'm very glad to present to you the distinguished speakers of our panel. Minister Alex Petriashvili, Minister for Integration into the EU and Euro-Atlantic integration, who has had a distinguished diplomatic career, and before joining the parliament and then becoming the minister, was among others ambassador to Afghanistan, and worked in the embassies of the United States, Georgian embassies in the United States, and had a long and distinguished diplomatic career. Georgi Kandelaki, Member of Parliament, well, we share the same sort of characteristic that we joined the Parliament in 2008, but I think he's much more prolific as a sort of commentator and sort of public voice of his party in the Western media. And Eket Keshelashvili, whose ministries, well, the ministries of which she was a minister, it would be probably difficult to enumerate, but lately she was Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Reintegration. Previous to that, Minister of Justice, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prosecutor General, and the list goes on. Currently, she is the President of the Georgian Institute of Strategic Studies. So with these distinguished speakers, we will look at the perspective of Georgia after the Vilnius summit. Well, it still goes on. The people are still sitting in Litexpo, but I think these are sort of the coffee that the lunch is, you know, sort of the coffee is being served, and the last guests of the summit leave the table. And in the summit, Georgia, along with Moldova, are sort of the only and clear winners. And I think the initialing of EU association agreement is the sort of, well, is a very tangible result that the delegation will bring back. But life doesn't stop, I mean, with this initialing. And in fact, Georgia will face a sort of tough path which Ukraine had gone before, and what are the sort of perspectives and what are the challenges ahead that Georgia will have to undergo, and what tasks, homework to perform in order to sign the association agreement at the next summit. And how would you specify the most sort of urgent decisions you will have to adopt, and what are the principal challenges and difficulties, Mr. Minister?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here at a very exciting day for Georgia. Let me start with congratulating my fellow Georgians on the occasion, historic occasion of initialing the association agreement together with the Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Areas Agreement. And of course to congratulate our Moldovan friends who have done a lot to make this happen today. I would like to express my gratitude to the Lithuanian presidency who made this event really historic and very nicely organized. It's of course very important to be among the friends and among the civil society representatives who have the very important role in the promotion of Georgia's European and Euro-Atlantic aspirations and priorities. Georgian government has made from the very first days the clear declaration of the foreign policy priorities, and those remain unchanged, and we are here today on a very important momentum and step forward. Of course, it's really important that civil society's involvement continues, and the active role of the civil society in the political processes, in the integrational processes is becoming more and more dynamic. Therefore, we are really pleased and happy that next year the Civil Society Forum will take place in Tbilisi. Georgia is becoming a really place hosting the very important events related to the European and Euro-Atlantic integration. I personally have the Advisory Council on the European Union integration, and very much thanks to them, we have jointly elaborated the strategy for European Union integration communication. And it's really important that soon after the Vilnius summit, before the end of this year, we will work out together the action plan. Because every single Georgian has to know what it's all about, not only about the benefits, but also the commitments, also about the sacrifices. First will be the commitments and the sacrifices, then the benefits will be coming. But today, I think there is no more question about Georgians and Georgian government's intention of becoming a full member of the European Union and Euro-Atlantic community. The challenges after the Vilnius summit, we hope very much that, as it was declared today in the statements made by the EU leaders, that the signing will happen as soon as possible, both for Moldova and for Georgia. If we take the external challenges are more difficult for the moment for the Moldovan friends because of the energy dependence, because of the internal political developments and the processes, and of course because of the upcoming elections for next year. It's very important that the European Union has made a decision, very timely decision, on accepting the Moldovan wines after the embargo was issued by the Russian, badly known Rospotrebnadzor's former #1 sanitary guy, Onishchenko. It was his last attempt. But in this case, European Union reacted in a very effective, in a very important way by accepting the Moldovan wines to the EU markets. Also today it was decided that it was offered to Moldovans the free movement in the Schengen zone. I congratulate Moldova with that. I hope very much that we will be passing both phases of the visa liberalization action plan as soon as possible, as effectively as possible, with the support of the European Union. And as soon as all requirements are gone and we will have the monitoring missions in Georgia next year, we will be able to have the similar decision from the European Union. I cannot say when exactly, but sooner better, because it really affects the individual citizens and it really gives a real sense of the integration of the individual citizens into the European family. We came to this historic day full-handed with successful 2 elections. The parliamentary elections were very important, and we marked the first peaceful transfer of power. And the presidential elections were evaluated by the absolute majority of the international organizations as free, fair, and democratic. One of the achievements, which I have to underline here, is that the opponent, major opponent party, the United National Movement, has not disappeared, and it's there. And the parliament has become the vibrant place with the lively debates on the issues which are debatable in every European democracy. These are the social, healthcare, political issues, media issues, etc., etc. But if we look at the results of the presidential elections, 62% have voted for the President Margvelashvili, 22 for the UNM, one of the leaders, Mr. Bakradze. In total, it's 85% who voted for Georgia's European and Euro-Atlantic path and the aspirations. It's a significant number, and I believe that it was very clear signal message from the Georgian people. Georgian people, Georgian government has demonstrated political maturity on their decision to go further with European and Euro-Atlantic integration. On external challenges, I mentioned Moldova, we can mention Ukraine, but there is less leverages from the Russian Federation on Georgia of the energy supplies of the economic type, despite the fact that we have reopened the export of the Georgian goods to the Russian markets. It's not of the existential importance anymore for Georgia to, if in case there is the cut-off again and the embargo is relaunched against the Georgian products. It will harm some enterprises, but Georgian enterprises have lesson learned from the embargo of 2006. They have improved the quality. They have improved the quality of their products, and they are already exporting their products to the European, to the Asian, to the US markets. On the internal challenges, negotiations were tough, but the implementation of the reforms is even tougher, much more tougher. And we believe that with the support of the European Union, we will be able to do our best. And we have undertaken the commitment towards the increasing accountability and enhancing the rule of law. We will be deepening the democratic reforms, and the protection of the human rights and the supremacy of the rule of law will be preserved. I cannot stop here without mentioning the ongoing provocations and challenges which we are witnessing today. This is the drawing new Berlin walls, new occupation lines on the Georgian territories. Maybe some would like to see more aggressive reaction towards these provocative actions made by the Russian Federation, but we have demonstrated the political maturity. We are mobilizing the international community. We are taking care of our citizens who are starving from that kind of actions, and we believe that there is no alternative to the dialogue to be continued with the Russian Federation, with making very clear that there are red lines, and these red lines are Georgia's territorial integrity, the occupation of Georgia's territories, and fulfillment of 2008 August agreement, as well as the Georgian foreign policy priorities. Georgia's European and Euro-Atlantic integration is an irreversible and unavoidable process. Today, we start very important, quite a risky, challenging, but adventurous journey which will bring us to the European and Euro-Atlantic family. Thank you very much, and I'm ready for the tough questions which will be followed, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
And now let's give the word to a representative of this vibrant place, the Parliament. And Georgi, I have myself observed the last two of Georgian elections, and I totally concur with the assessment of most of the observers, well, all of the observers, that they were sort of remarkably calm and transparent, especially the last ones. And the transfer of power, which was unprecedented until 2012, has happened twice or once in two acts, this is sort of a very good omen for Georgian democracy. And of course, one of the conditions of continuing integration into the European structures is adherence to democratic standards and human rights. So can we say that that Georgia has arrived, that there are no problems or lasting challenges for Georgian democracy, that this is a state which has made a transition and now is firmly sort of embedded in democratic procedure and values, and with a vibrant civil society? When such people like Mr. Ivanishvili joins the civil society, it will not be lacking for funds or prominence, as it has been remarked today. Is it the case?
I share, of course, the emotions of Minister Petriashvili.
I think the microphone is not working. I'll give you this microphone just to...
Maybe. Thank you, Mantas. I think it doesn't work right.
Mine is working, so.
Okay. Thank you.
It is working. Just keep it close to your mouth, as it were.
It's great to be here, and obviously I share emotions of Minister Petriashvili, and indeed in Vilnius deeds of many years were complete. Work of many years, 80% of this very painful sometimes work was done under the previous government. We're happy indeed, and in that the new government has our support, that the new government completed this work and finalized it here in Vilnius. Generally speaking, we like to portray ourselves and to think of ourselves as a responsible opposition, and so we do not shy away from extending support where we think the government is doing a good thing. One ally that Friends of Georgia or the government, whenever it wants to do a good thing for Georgian democracy, have in the context of European integration is this very strong pro-European public opinion. I think this is something that makes Georgia rather different from some countries with which it's often compared. Public opinion, strong pro-European public opinion means that whatever is said or not said about Georgia in European centers gains incredible prominence and actually influences real life. That also means and has meant that for all these years, this enabled government or our government to take painful decisions and reformist decisions and implement the reforms that that have delivered. On the elections, indeed, the peaceful transfer of power, many times it has been said in itself that that's an achievement, and we like to take this credit for building a kind of system in which the electoral transfer of power can take place, first time ever in our region, and nothing happens, nobody is killing each other. That in itself is an achievement. But obviously it's important what happens next. So that we have next elections and then the other elections, and then we have these cycles as in all normal democracy. So now I think the ultimate question is to ensure whether that will be or will not be the case. On the recent presidential elections, indeed, people like to say how less polarized or confrontational it was. But I think one reason for that was the kind of campaign the opposition conducted. I think many things happened in Georgia for this last 1 year for the first time ever electoral transfer of power. Obviously moving to the sort of more parliamentary republic. But one thing that also emerged first time ever is the kind of the sort of new standard of responsible opposition that I should be very open, never had before. Today, first time ever, Georgia has opposition which basically plays according to the rules, which, for example, doesn't question the legitimacy of the system.
doesn't call for things like let's overthrow this bloody regime tomorrow and things like that. And I think one symbol of this responsibility was the campaign that our candidate, former Speaker of Parliament David Bakradze, conducted. Despite numerous attempts to disrupt this campaign, including through violence, and we had around 40 instances of attempts to disrupt this campaign, David would always sort of manage to cool things down, even when sort of things got out of hand and there was violence. Still, the discourse would be issue-oriented and very sort of the kind of criticism that you would expect any responsible opposition in any civilized society. So I think that largely influenced this climate, the responsible approach of the main opposition party. And this was not easy, I should say. It was not easy because while we heard sort of well-worded things that I can only commend from my colleague, Minister Petriashvili, about the way in which the government should view and deal with the opposition. This is unfortunately, again, something we do not hear much in the internal discourse. In the internal discourse, and this is perhaps one illustration of the risks that I also would like to talk about, and some of these risks are rather grave. We often hear overtly confrontational rhetoric from key leaders and decision makers of the new government, which would, for example, include calls to destroy, and I'm quoting the main opposition party, the now former Prime Minister Bidzina Ivanishvili, whose, by the way, departure, quote-unquote departure, raised more questions than answered them. He would several times directly link the scale of prosecutions against UNM with the rhetoric of the main opposition party. Maintaining this civilized campaign and discourse was not easy because it would happen against the background of these prosecutions that I just mentioned. Our Secretary General, former Prime Minister Vano Merabishvili, is in pre-trial detention, and here I stress this word pre-trial, because obviously nobody is immune from a law. If anybody violated law, if anybody did anything wrong, justice should be done. But keeping political figures, especially senior political leaders, in pre-trial detention without court judgment in election period is not a European standard, period. In addition to that, several thousand, more than 10,000 sort of low-level members of our party have been regularly questioned, not exactly charged, not exactly put to jail, but questioned 10, 15, 20 times. We have a guy in Western Georgia, in one of the municipalities, who was interrogated 32 times. And in the end, UNM activists and party members are not fanatics. We're not party of fanatics. If they are squeezed really hard, they just disengage from politics. And that's what I mean by incapacitation, or this declared policy of incapacitation of the party machine of UNM. Because in order to compete, rhetoric, let's say, in order to politically compete, especially in an election, and conduct an efficient campaign, you need a party machine. And the party machine consists of leaders, the main leader now is in jail, and of activists who sort of run this whole thing. And I already said, indicated the scale of these prosecutions. What next? What are the challenges? How can we overcome these problems and ensure that the association agreement is indeed signed? And of course, when I say that UNM is a responsible opposition, it also means that we really want, as I said, we commended the initialing of the agreement here in Vilnius, and we want to see the signature as soon as possible. So for that to happen, I think the main condition is to convince our friends in the government to sort of refocus from this campaign of retribution, from this declared campaign of retribution. And indeed, and this is one important worry after Vilnius summit, we do expect, and this is declared, it's not something I heard somewhere, ministers, leaders would say that out in the open, we expect a new wave of arrests. So I think it's in the interest of everyone, of the government, of society, of our country, to convince people who make decisions in this government to refocus from this retribution campaign to actual governing, because governing is something that we haven't seen in abundance for this last 1 year. We have very worrying tendencies in economy, unemployment rising, shortfalls in budgetary revenues, and so forth. Another important challenge is, of course, Russia. And I think one thing that the way in which Russia dealt with the new government, one thing that this demonstrates is how much the role of personalities in the context of Georgian-Russian relations has been overblown. Because, you know, the new government tried very hard to sort of inject new dynamism in these relations to bring something positive. Yeah, opening of the market for wine, very good. Who can be against it? But in exchange, we get new sort of 21st century Berlin Wall. Every day we hear that in this village, that village, this small town, new barriers, barbed wire, and so forth. So I think that well exposes that the hostile attitude of the Russian Federation towards the idea of Georgian state is conceptual and actually not caused by personalities. Russia continues to maintain three-layer strategy towards Georgia, I should say. The first layer is, as for this many years, it's political military. Second is ideological, and this is one dimension and component of this democratic backsliding, which can unravel, but hopefully will be sort of brought to a halt. What do I mean by ideological? I mean the rise, an unprecedented rise of this anti-Westernism and sort of xenophobic, hate, violent groups. 10% of Nino Burjanadze, who ran on this open platform of, you know, all of UNM to jail and, you know, let's go to Moscow and let's end the NATO dream, means that there is not so much social demand for that. But I think you know, the occasional endorsement of such groups, including by Mr. Ivanishvili, is a serious problem and contributed to aggravation of this tendency. One symbolic expression of this tendency is the, to me, shocking mushrooming of Stalin statues in Georgia. And the final component is obviously economic. Minister Petriashvili is very much right that as opposed to, let's say, Ukraine, Russia doesn't have too much tools of influence over Georgia's future. Russia already used many sort of tools that it had, including military invasion, obviously, and because it imposed the blanket economic embargo in 2006, and as Minister said, our businesses diversified their markets, the economic tool isn't that important. Obviously, energy dependency isn't there anymore either, and all of that is, I would like to think, the credit of the previous government. But I think vigilance should be maintained, and I end there, that once the Russian market is open, which is very good, so that we don't get into certain kind of traps into which Moldova got, for example, and we don't become too dependent on this unstable and unpredictable market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgi. And Eka, I would like you to pick up where Georgi finished. Observers have noted that now that very successful and proactive Russian diplomacy has switched to first Armenia and then lately, very lately, sort of Ukraine from this phase of integration, the heat will probably now turn on Moldova and Georgia. In your last ministerial incarnation, you were minister responsible for reintegration. That is to say, reintegration into Georgia of the occupied territories of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, or Tskhinvali region. Do you think that these territories will become a sort of Georgia's hostage, in a sense, in sort of adversarial tactic of your northern neighbor in trying to prevent your European integration? Or do you think that the processes of integration might actually facilitate the recovery and reintegration of those territories into Georgia?
Very well. First of all, really, let me, for my side as well, congratulate everybody sitting in this room, friends of Georgia and Georgians primarily, obviously, with this very historic day. And it's been a common effort for many years that everybody sitting in this room has been part of. And civil society has played a tremendously important role in that process and then will continue to play, obviously. And I'm not saying that because I am now part of the civil society, but then I truly believe in that. And great day for Moldova, obviously, as well. But then it's a time for reflection as well, because we've seen on the example of Ukraine that this process is not happening in the strategic vacuum. And this is the process which has its own geopolitical context in which progress of countries part of the Eastern Partnership are progressing towards Europe. Maybe one can say that it has never been intended to be like that it has a negative effect into that, but it's clear that for Russia, again, it's not the game as our Ukrainian friends have said in previous session, but it's a battle for Russia as well in establishing its own project of near abroad in the way how Russians previously, historically would call that. And then I'm afraid Ukraine, however critical and pivotal for that it is indeed, we are not out of that concept. So when we speak about challenges that will be coming, and then with the deadline that we could keep in mind that Putin himself on a number of occasions reinforced, being January 2015 as the date when there would be tangible development of the Eurasian Union, one can expect, based on the legacy of his performance, that he basically does what he says, that there is a serious action that will be accompanying declared goals of Putin. And Georgia will be willingly or not willingly affected by that. One can definitely judge, again, what could be the leverages Russia could use against Georgia. At this moment of time, energy is out of the question. When we speak about the economy, it's not the big leverage Russia could play out. But at the same time, one caveat that I could put in terms of the economic openings of the trade-related issues with Russia, it's not as easy. I wouldn't agree with the minister in that reconfigure the markets is not a very easy thing to do. So when Russia closed markets in 2006, when Russia was at the time 80% of our market, obviously, one cannot compare proportions to the current one at this moment, but it is extremely difficult for the businesses of the type of development that our businesses are to reconfigure their market orientation. So if our businesses, wine, that be mineral water or agricultural products, enter Russian market with all the specificities that Russian markets possess in themselves in terms of corruption and different way of doing business in Russia that is not very much connected always with the quality, then it could be very hard to go back to the Western markets for the same companies which don't have high level of production, and then some of the main production lines that they might have could be already directed to the Russian market. So I would be cautious with the opening of the trade with Russia from that perspective, not in the very short-term perspective, but then over the time that could be a leverage Russia once again could use against Georgia if there will be need for that. But again, we have to see if we will be in that long-term game with Russia anyhow. So what are the left sort of options? And one additional issue that we haven't spoken about, Georgia is not, again, in geographic terms, in the vacuum, in Eastern Partnership dimension, if we speak about that. So Armenia and Azerbaijan, our immediate neighbors, we all know what happened with Armenia. We know that Russia is very tough with Azerbaijan. They had big pressure on Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has its own strength, how it is withstanding the pressure of Russia when it comes to customs union and then potentially Eurasian Union, but it doesn't mean that Russia doesn't want them to be part of it. And one of the ways how Azerbaijan is maintaining its position of balancing in this very crucial moment is the strategic partnership with Georgia. Again, we're not saying that we are existentially vital to Azerbaijan in that sense, but then this very close friendship, neighborly friendship, but strategic alliance as well, has kept us aloft when it comes to our progress to Europe in that sense. So we have mutual interdependency in that regard. And interdependency means that anything going wrong in Georgia could have effect on Azerbaijan, but then vice versa as well. And here I go to the two main issues that I see could be potentially challenging for us. It's the security and it's the internal politics. If we see deterioration of the decision-making that be or actions to the degree that could entrap us, perhaps somewhat in a similar way that Ukraine has been entrapped from 2011. So I would caution of having an understanding of irreversibility. I guess Ukraine's example had to be an awakening moment for everybody that there's no irreversibility that needs to be part of our vocabulary for some time when Russia is on offensive in the way that Russia is. That doesn't mean that I'm pessimistic. It doesn't mean that we have to be realistically cautious and knowing what are the right steps that we have to make so that we consolidate the will of our society, the will of the political spectrum, and act together, generating the message that when it comes to Europe, when it comes to NATO, Georgia stands united as ever and will be strong by that rather than weakened by fragmentation of our political spectrum, marginalization of the political opposition, and then mistakes that could be made in the directions that could entrap us. And in that regard, before speaking about security, I will conclude very shortly. When we speak about the politics, to me, I was not in Georgia myself at the time. I've been traveling, but I've seen through the media the first appearance in the parliament of the new prime minister when he had to be confirmed at that position. I've been very worried, frankly. His language, his body language, tactical way of approaching the opposition, substantive terminology he used were very worrying. If that's the first appearance of the new prime minister in the parliament where he has to be confirmed at that position, I'd be very wary and then will be very active on the side of international community to give him a learning curve in a positive way so that he understands that that's not the way how to treat opposition if one really cares to have pluralism being the foundational basis of the strength of our society and of our country when it comes to the European future of Georgia. So challenges could be intentional or non-intentional in terms of that hurting our European future, could have that effect if the wrong steps are being made. And when we speak about the security, again, I mean, it's not the matter of tone, how we speak with Russians, how we try to dilute the tensity, whether or not we rebrand our Ministry of Reintegration into the conciliation, national conciliation or national equality type of the ministry, diluting the focus on territorial integrity ourselves, because ultimately it all comes down to the basics of what is the problem that we face with Russia. And it's not how we talk with Russians, but what Russia wants from us and from the whole region. And there aren't any changes in that respect. So I don't expect any, and then we don't see on the ground any substantial changes from the Russian side, but we see that Russia is getting more and more on offensive, even with the government that makes all the positive attempts to make sure that there is some positive dynamics with relation to Russia. And just to give concrete figures, we have 10,000 Russian troops on the 20% of the territory of Georgia that is occupied currently by Russia. And it's this territory from which we have more than 400,000 people that have been ethnically cleansed, and they have no right to return there. I'm half raised in one of those regions. My family comes from Abkhazian region, and I'm not able to go to my home there. And that's part of the reason why I have no right of doing that, because Russia occupies those territory. And then if we will not be calling the beast by the proper name, it doesn't mean that the beast will be kinder to us and then will let us go, because the main reasons stay the same. Russia doesn't want us to be part of Europe, part of NATO, and that's why they're doing that. But that doesn't mean that we have to be taken hostage by the determination of Russia, but that means that we have to be united so that we are stronger than otherwise a small country could be. And by the way, how much Russia has or has not the leverage against Georgia, with the relation to the EU, we can again have a better pathway in terms of the time span, what one could achieve. But on NATO, to be frank, I mean, our German friends are very clear on that. The only fact why Georgia didn't receive map in Bucharest, the fact that we are not still in a position to know what will be an achievement on NATO front at the summit in September is because we have occupation, and then problem that Russia caused itself, controls it to be the problem, and has us as a hostage when it comes to membership to NATO. So it's a huge issue. We live in a very complicated neighborhood and with very complicated problems with Russia, and I guess realistic approach to that challenge is important, and it's good a bit that now hopefully the upgrade on geopolitical terms of the importance of Eastern Partnership could have an effect of an increased interest and better engagement, but the danger is that because of the disappointment with Ukraine, some of the big players in Europe might say that, you know, these are the losers, basically. They don't really want to be Europeans. When they will decide, they can come later. I don't alleviate, in a sense, I don't want to downgrade the responsibility of the political leadership of Ukraine, but talking only on responsibility of Ukrainian government, and by that omitting the role that Russia played in that position could be comfortable to Europe, because that does necessitate for Europe to rethink and re-strategize policy with relation to Russia, the very painful issue. But if Europe is not doing that together with the United States, I would hope, then we have a very bad year we might expect to come in 2014, frankly. And I must say that even today, when we have a happy day, basically, when it comes to today's achievement.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, after this initial round of positions, we are open for questions, and I see a hand raised. Please, the microphone will be brought to you, and although Vladimir Sokol need not introduce himself, but other speakers may want to do that.
Thank you. Vladimir Sokol, Jamestown Foundation, Washington. I did join in the applause to Alex Petriashvili's remarks about the irreversibility of Georgia's Euro-Atlantic integration. I joined in that applause, and I've known Alex for a long time when he was working in the Georgian embassy in Washington. I can say we're old friends. I'm very glad to see Alex in a ministerial responsibility in this government. But it is a coalition government, a highly diverse coalition, where views not always and not necessarily coincide. I share Eka's shock at new Prime Minister Garibashvili's appearance in his confirmation hearings, and I stress they are confirmation hearings, in the Georgian parliament, when he openly and repeatedly threatened the opposition party with a new wave of arrests and addressed the opposition leaders and representatives in an unspeakably arrogant, brutal way, completely at variance with European parliamentarism. I was shocked by it, and I can refer to you to the article I wrote about it in the Eurasia Daily Monitor of November 21. You can see there a detailed account of those confirmation hearings. And I'd like to, Alex, you were also at the Riga conference in September of this year, as I was, when Tom Ilves, Carl Bildt, and Radek Sikorski publicly cautioned Prime Minister Ivanishvili, then still Prime Minister, against another wave of arrests. At the beginning of this month, Carl Bildt gave an interview to Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, in response to a question, would the prosecution of Varomir Abishvili and other opposition leaders have the same effect on Georgia that the Timoshenko affair has had on Ukraine? Carl Bildt replied, and I quote, "It would be much worse. It would isolate Georgia from the West, and it would reduce the entire agenda of Georgia-West relations to this issue, which would work against the national interests of Georgia." So I hope you can take this message home, my dear friend Alex. And finally, to pick up on another point of Eka, about the possibly unintended effects of the DCFTA upon Georgia and Moldova. The DCFTA promotes conditions for foreign investment. It is a great tool in that regard. But that foreign investment will not necessarily be from Europe. It could be investment from any place, by businessmen, including Russian ones, who would be interested in establishing joint ventures in Georgia or in Moldova to take advantage of access to the market of the European Union. And we can end up with a situation which would contradict our initial expectations, in which Russian investors, cash-rich, would snap up Georgian companies or Moldovan companies before Western investors come in. The Russian investors may be faster, may be quicker. They have a common language, Russian, lingua franca in several countries. They are more risky, more adventure-prone. Their standards are less than those of the European investors. They might rush and be first to snap up companies. And this is not what we intended with the DCFTAs, and there are already examples of that. Georgia's mineral water Borjomi, a national asset, was sold to the Russian oligarchs from the Alpha Group at the beginning of this year. in expectation of better investment conditions and market access promoted by DCFTA. It happened in March of this year, in expectation of DCFTA. Alpha Group. And then in Moldova, in September of this year, Chisinau International Airport, the only real airport in Moldova, was handed over in a concession for 49 years to a Russian company from Khabarovsk, such a European orientation, Khabarovsk, headed by a former KGB FSB officer in his official biography, and being part of a holding owned by the Chechen family Basayev, who are among Putin's Chechen favorites. So this is how DCFTA could inadvertently turn out. And my policy recommendation to Georgia, Moldova, to the European friends of Georgia and Moldova would be not to take a laissez-faire approach to such acquisitions, to develop a mechanism of protection that might not look like laissez-faire, but it would effectively advance the European orientation of these countries' economies. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take a couple more questions and then we'll give an opportunity to respond to all panelists. So in the order of hands and seniority, then Andres Kubilius, and then you, and then we'll have opportunity for answers, and then next round.
It's good to have a moderator from your own party. So but really, again, congratulations with the events of today. Really, we are very happy to see what was achieved. But of course, again, post-Vilnius strategy and the questions which are, unfortunately, I will perhaps repeat what Vlad Sokor said. I'm thinking, so of course everybody of us understands after Ukrainian failure the pressure of Russia on Georgia and Moldova post-Vilnius, during the post-Vilnius period will be much more strong and stronger and more painful. And I doubt if, well, I am wondering, so if I would be in a place of President Putin, which I don't want to be, but if I would be...
Why not?
No. If I would be, what I would do? I would not look for any kind of economical, you know, pressure or let's say military pressure, but I would target all my efforts to influence opinion in capitals of EU, using soft power and let's say pushing forward Georgian government wish to make political pressure and selective justice on opposition. That's what I would do. It's very cheap, it's very easy, and the results will be really very effective in the capitals of Europe. So my question is very simple. What we saw till now, selective justice, you know, in Georgia, some of those developments and events, is that totally of Georgian origin? Or is that sometimes also with the influence of our big friends from the East? Very simple question.
Direct instruction.
Thank you. Thank you. One more question, and then we'll have an opportunity to respond.
My name is Bartek Tomalik from Poland. I work in various development NGOs. I want to ask you about two challenges inside Georgia. Now, I've spent almost 4 years in Georgia, mostly in the province, and I noticed that certain European values are not very popular in certain parts of the Georgian society. I would say issues like the tolerance for the sexual minorities or gender. We've seen last year demonstrations in Tbilisi when the crowd almost smashed the homosexual activists. So now, and it's not about to criticize, because in Poland we had quite the same situation, actually, also a very conservative society. And now, how are you going to keep the debate in the Georgian society and discussing what the EU is about, including these difficult issues? And do you feel that this debate is already happening? Is this enough? And the second challenge, of course, Abkhazia and Ossetia. This is a question to the government. Are you going to present to the Georgian society that you would like to see the EU membership with Abkhazia and Ossetia, with the territories where the Russian tanks are based at the moment? Or are you going to say that you would see the membership without them, which is very difficult to accept for the society? How to deal with this? Thank you.
Well, now we have a plate full of questions, so Your Excellency.
This place, excuse me, is the best testament that there is no celebration time for the government officials. So when no one gives you a break, when the whole country is celebrating the initial thing, you have to answer the tough questions. But in fact, they are not really very tough. I mean, you said how long did you spend in Georgia? 4 years. 4 years, including last couple of years. Yes, okay. So first, to answer to the message and to Lad's recommendations, we follow very closely the recommendations and suggestions and evaluations from our friends. From our friends, you have maybe forgotten the most recent Radek Sikorski's also comments about this kind of perceptions. I would say, let us be then very precise on the terminologies then about the selective justice. There is the perception in Europe about the selective justice. I can tell you there is no selective justice in Georgia. What then Prime Minister Ivanishvili has done from the very first days of his being the Prime Minister, when he visited Brussels, exactly almost a little bit more than 1 year ago, he started demanding for the mechanism to be created or to invite the most critical organizations or the representatives from their organizations to monitor closely the developments with the so-called high-profile cases. I must say that the EU Special Advisor, Thomas Hammarberg, has issued a very important and very good report. Second, the OSCE, ODIHR are monitoring daily the processes which are underway in Georgia. And third, the media is accepted to all those processes. So the transparency is guaranteed. Sometimes the court is making decisions which some in the government or in the society does not like. Sometimes they make a decision which our opponents does not like. But this is the proof that the court is becoming more and more independent and free from the political pressure. I can tell you that the judiciary reforms, for example, the elections of the judges, which were in this summer, made really disappointing some part of the Georgian society, but we've made it very clear that we are not going to be involved in any sort of the behind-the-scene influential processes. So, in general, what I would like to say that, first of all, I would like to congratulate former Interior Minister Erabishvili with the initialing of Georgia's association agreement. And I would like to say that I will be the strongest advocate of presenting him the bulletproof evidences by the prosecution, and if judges and if court makes a different decision, I will be the advocate from my governmental position that the society has to obey with these decisions. No one is going to influence the court's decisions anymore, like it was before in previous years. Second, about the waves of the new waves of the arrests. 12 days are gone since the inauguration of the president. The Prime Minister Ivanishvili has left the politics. New Prime Minister has been at the very vibrant place of the parliament, and I believe that, have you heard about any new arrests meanwhile? No. Good. Before the new year, I hope
it could have
very
happened
much.
in 3 days.
Pardon?
It could have happened in just a week as well, before Vilnius. I guess it's not a realistic assessment.
After
I mean,
Vilnius,
to have the credit that in just 5 days nothing happened.
No,
I
I'm
mean, it's
not going
an
to take
indication.
credit about it. I'm not going to take, because I remember very well that when the Secretary Clinton was in Georgia on 6th of June, as soon as her plane was off the land of Georgia, you know, from Batumi, meeting with the then President Saakashvili, the arrests then were the arrests, and then was the situation polarized. And then we were hearing the statements which were not of the responsible politician. I commend my former colleague in my diplomatic career, David Bakradze, for his very reasonable type of campaign. I absolutely agree that this campaign was different. But let us not forget that government has committed itself not to use the administrative resources in this regard. We have taken a commitment. Prime Minister Ivanishvili has taken a commitment. The President Margvelashvili has said very clearly that we are not going to have the political retribution, and none of my political opponents is worth of Georgia's future European and Euro-Atlantic integration. But I must say very clearly, there is no difference, neither for priests nor for the former government officials, if there are the questions, which are needed to be answered in a very democratic, civilized manner. I can tell you that we will be guaranteeing this by providing and preserving the supremacy of the rule of law. With regard to the Russian market, we are warning the Georgian businessmen. We are warning Georgian businessmen that Russian market is risky, and they know very well. They have taken the measures themselves. When I'm talking to the Georgian entrepreneurs, they are making very clear that their contracts are much more careful and guaranteeing them, protecting them in future. I agree that they should not be trapped, but they will not be trapped, I believe, and I hope so, because we will be introducing the new standards. We will be assisting them to get to the EU markets, and the EU will be helping us based on the principle of more for more, reforming the whole country. The biggest challenge is the reformation and the modernization of Georgia. And on Abkhazia and South Ossetia, about your question. That's why I asked you for how long you've been in Georgia. There is no politician in Georgia who will even dare to offer any integrational process without Georgia's territories of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And here I don't mean neither our opponents nor ourselves. And I can tell you there is no reasonable force in Georgia which will even dare and think about 1 centimeter of Georgian territories. And we made it very clear to the Russians as well that there will be no price for unnegotiable. This is unnegotiable Georgian territorial integrity and Georgian foreign policy priorities. On the May 17th events, just recently before I left for Vilnius, the Intergovernmental Commission, Interagency Commission has been established based on the decision of the government, where the representatives of different confessions will be included. I can tell you that with the sexual minorities, Prime Minister Ivanishvili made immediately the reaction on the same day. Few days after that, the group who was attempting to have the performance on 17th, they still had this, and the government has provided all the necessary security guarantees to that. And I can tell you that there is the investigation ongoing, and there are the certain decisions with regard to the priests. It's not an easy to decide, but there were these kind of decisions, and there will be no differentiation. You can take my words to any bank, because I can tell you that there will be no differentiation between the priest, political servant, or any in front of the justice.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Georgian society is also discussing this issue, and I can tell you today that Georgian society has proved that it is for centuries and millenniums one of the most tolerant nations and one of the democratic nations. And I can tell you that we will be going with this in Europe, and we can make mistakes. We can make mistakes, but that does not really mean that someone can derail us from our European path. And last but not least, of course, I'm always having fun and enjoying when my opponents are reminding us about the mushrooming of Josef Vissarionovic's monuments. There is a very good song of the U2, With or Without You. I mean, with or without Stalin's monument, we will go to Europe. It's better if we go with him. But I think that the shadow of Stalin is in minds and hearts of our opponents. Forget him. Forget him. It's over. Okay.
That's why we want not to see him, not to be reminded of him
you.
in a visual way.
Yes, well, then time for quick reactions from the other two panelists. Ladies first. Well, you wanted to intervene also?
I'll kick in on some of the issues. And again, it's not the time and format, I guess, and the flow where we will have to be bickering on the issues where we have disagreements. But then if we speak about one very symbolic issue, again, that identified the diversity of the components of the coalition was a very bad incident which happened actually not after but during the visit of Rasmussen, Secretary General of NATO. If we compare that with what happened with Hillary Clinton's visit, when one of the leaders of the party that minister represents had clearly said that it was a sabotage to Georgia's Euro-Atlantic future.
It was myself.
You, and then I guess
I
Vika
was
as
the
well.
Spartak.
Yeah.
I am.
Because I remember that Viktor Dolidze was on the same lines as well, so my memory sometimes doesn't serve in that detail maybe. So it was a very good statement. I give you obviously full credit for that. But the thing is that, again, when we speak about the guarantees, it's not the distrust that we want to have. And again, there are more trust than one can put in one part of the coalition. There is full distrust one can put on some other parts of the coalition, which are actually contributing to the very sentiments of the societies that you've identified when we speak about conservatism, xenophobia, and then all the phobias of that dimension, and pretty anti-Western, because we've had some components of coalition now even saying that the CFTA could be a challenge to Georgia's future economically, and prominent elected member in the parliament, again, part of the coalition. So that doesn't say that, I'm not saying that in order to undermine commitment that I fully believe, sincerely and genuinely, that minister says from his point of view, but just no disrespect that I don't believe that you have now the position to say that I can give you the word that none of that will happen, because we've seen examples where in coalition some strains of the coalition could have been more influential rather than ones that have 100% commitment to your Atlantic future. That's why my position is that whatever forces, when we speak about the committed Europeans in Georgia, inside of the political spectrum and outside of the political spectrum, we should cherish that and unite that without being sort of complicit in terms of marginalizing those forces. Two main issues then, and I'll stop on that. It's the judiciary and then the media. And then frequently when I hear now comments about media and judiciary and rule of law related issues, somehow one has again an understanding there is a parallel universe we speak about, as if there was a green light that has been given now to the judiciary or to the media to be as free as one could wish for that to happen in European democracies. And here again, I would really urge our colleagues from civil society as well to be much more in depth in terms of analyzing the situation, because when we speak about judiciary, what judiciary does right now, it actually is a testament to the fact that for the past 9 years, they have strengthened themselves with all the difficulties they have had, I acknowledge that, to the degree that they could prove now that they are resilient, and they are taking this moment in the same way that in Eastern European countries, in other Central European countries, judiciaries did when political transformations happened for the first time after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. They are grasping the momentum to flourish their independence, but that comes at the price of fight, but not as a green light that is given to them. And the latest decision that has been taken by the parliament, where instead of the lifetime appointment of the judges that could have been in force right now after the entry of the new constitution, they will have a probationary 3 years they have to be appointed. Then unknown rules who will and how assess whether or not they performed well, and only after that they will be appointed for the lifetime. And during the elections, it's a documented case record in all international community organizations that paid attention to that, that there was a lot of influence that judges had, so that the candidates that the Ministry of Justice had would have been elected rather than the other ones. And media, and I'll complete on that, media is very unsustainable in Georgia right now, and this is a challenge. There is only one channel that is financially sustainable. It is Rustavi 2 at this moment. We've seen the director of Rustavi 2 initially very, without any foundation being arrested. The court didn't share the opinion of a prosecutor that by the mere fact that he's an intellectual guy, he had to be detained in pretrial detention. Final judgment of the court is already out. He's been exonerated, but that had potentially a negative effect that could have had on the media itself. And then squeezing out the freedom in media, it's not something that we don't see that right now is happening with the public broadcaster. So let's take out the rosy glasses right now. We still are a society that is growing, that is still in the process of consolidation of democracy, and by acknowledging the deficiencies, we're better off in terms of working how to improve that. And then this is not, again, the situation perhaps to go deeper than that, but it merited identification. And I'm really sorry, but very final issue on occupied regions. Main stakeholder in this whole problem is Russia against Georgia. If Russia is not changing position, occupation itself will never end until this political elite has this position. We have to be realistic in terms of knowing what is the spectrum of political relationships that we have to have with Russia and our friends with Russia, so that we actually tackle the problem of occupation by not putting the burden on the residents of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, as if by talking on political issues with them, we could resolve the problem of occupation. Because if they will want even to become part of Georgia politically, they are, I guess, no heroes for that matter, and then will be no capacity of kicking out 10,000 Russian troops that I've mentioned. That is why clarity of the view is very important when we speak about occupied regions. Who is the partner or the negotiating side with whom we need to negotiate solution, but what is the importance and investment that we need to make to people relationship that we have to be building with those regions.
Thank you. And Georgi, well, you are used to parliamentary procedure, so, and the limits of time, so very...
I'll just very simply go point by point. I mean, one thing I really don't want here is to overburden the distinguished audience with all sorts of peculiar details of Georgian politics. The context is very simple. It's all about the context, and the context is very simple. It is only by succeeding as a democracy Georgia can succeed as a country. Georgia does not have any other future other than democratic. And I think it's in the pragmatic interest, we disagree on details, but I think on this one point we would agree that it is in the pragmatic interest of this government, and I really expect Georgia's friends to continue working with the new government to convince the decision makers there that it's in their pragmatic interest to, again, to refocus from fighting the past to future. Refocus from, fighting the opposition to issues like economy, unemployment, and things like that the people expect progress on. Without that, there will be instability and the honeymoon, which is a natural thing for every new government, when new government comes into office, especially with astronomical promises as Georgian Dream Obviously, there is a honeymoon, but this honeymoon will expire rather sooner than later.
Thanks to you, it has expired a long time ago.
If this obvious challenge is not managed well. On the minorities, the deterioration of situation with regards to minorities, obviously it has many important details, but the bottom line is that it's one illustration of this general backsliding that has been taking place in Georgia. One measure of that, for example, is the proliferation, as I already said, of the anti-Western hate groups that engage in violence. Obviously, these groups might exist, in different sorts of older democracies, but the ultimate measure there is what the state does when something happens. And unfortunately, in all these cases of pogroms against different sorts of minorities, we have now worrying stories with the religious minorities. In all these cases of pogroms, the state failed to act or even disengaged. In 17th of May, people who committed violence, and this all happened on TV, all of these people are known, only basically got out from that with token fines, with symbolic fines of 100 lari. It so happened that these were the same people who would attack members of parliament in February, so on. And again, we have this mantra of 100 lari. So beating up an MP in Georgia costs 100 lari. Affiliation of political leadership with some of the key leaders of these movements is a problem. We never had Mr. Petriashvili. Obviously, nobody was perfect, including UNM government. But political leaders were never in jail. We always tried to, with all the criticism in mind, we always tried to maintain that standard. On Merabishvili, obviously, again, if he's guilty, let him go to jail, and that's what he says. He's in pre-trial detention, and that's very important. And I cannot, again, repeat the regret of the overtly confrontational rhetoric of the new prime minister, who is just 31 years old, inexperienced. He was too. I think he meant damage to himself, and this kind of approach is something that will not benefit either Georgia or people who wish Georgia well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take a next round of questions, and then after that there will be sort of opportunity to respond and to present concluding remarks, because I don't think we have time for more than one round. So I saw 3 hands raised, and that will be our limit. So please, you're the
thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that I'm Georgian. I am from Georgia. I'm representative for Georgian civil society. I'm director of Women's Funds, as I said to another session. And I have to say that I did not expect from this session this kind of conversation. We are here as a civil society. So our main topic is civil society. And we have presenters, 3 presenters. One of them is declared as civil society representative, Ekat Reshalashvili. But she behaved as non-civil society representative.
Why?
Please.
Because I can't have opinion.
The criticism of the format is taken on board. If you have a concrete question, could you address it to us?
It's not about question. It's about forgetting about civil society and topics of this meeting and speaking absolutely. We are here to be positive and to be creative, to look to the future. Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, if you have more pertinent remarks, or sort of, you are welcome to raise hands. Yes, please.
Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming.
I agree with the lady. No, this is not a not this one, but the whole is not civil society forum, because we are permitting just to put questions, not to make commentaries. Okay, I will not make commentaries either. Now we came with this Eastern Partnership policy to the point that the 2 parade horses emerge, Moldova and Georgia. I am a friend of both. very close friend, and also have a knowledge, especially about Moldova. Both these countries with a frozen conflict. You know, you were minister for this. Both these countries with a very complicated political internal situation, not speaking about the economic situation, and so on and so forth. Now, my question is the following one. We have heard yesterday, today, and so, stop Russia. Mr. Sokol, the 3 times from America, urged stop Russia. But you are living in America, we are living in Europe, no? And we fought for decades to eliminate the Cold War. And we are not going to support ideas to install again Cold War circumstances, especially not on the basis of the Moldovan or Georgian case. We have, as Krasniewski said before, we have to help Moldova, Georgia to overcome the situation, to develop dialogue also with Russia. Why not? This is not the devil, no? And to find solutions. Maybe, one solution should be United Europe solution with some additional development of Eastern Partnership policy. Who knows? Let me think in this way. What is your opinion first? Secondly, you know, now Abkhazia and occupied territories, to use your language. I tried to develop 3 years ago one project international, no, of conflict resolution, no, including also Transnistria, Pridnestrovia, and so. But my friends in Tbilisi said that they cannot participate because of the law that prohibits contacts with Abkhazia. And I wonder what is the purpose of this law, because, you know, it's necessary to develop as much as possible contacts with these people and to bring back them to the Georgian territory. Okay, very shortly, question. I didn't make commentaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there was one more hand raised at the back. If the owner of the hand could still has the question. No, apparently not. Indeed, we have a case to answer. Well, first of all, to the remarks about the nature of this panel, this is a side event of the Civil Society Forum, and we are discussing the context and the processes which take place on a sort of geopolitical plane. So it's hardly surprising that you know, the focus of this, as well as the previous Ukrainian panel, is very much sort of, you know, political. And but this is not integral part of Civil Society Forum. These are side events which pick out certain thematic strands and concentrate on them. And so the topic is the Georgia's European integration and the challenges and perspectives. So I don't think that criticism about civil society underrepresentation is totally legitimate, even though we have been discussing what the current political processes in Georgia and outside its limits mean for the state of civil society. And I will actually ask the speakers, the panelists, in their concluding remark to touch upon the processes in Georgia's civil society. But now we have sort of 2 questions, and I would like to ask the panelists in the reverse order to present their answers as well as concluding remarks, and thereby we will conclude.
Very well. I mean, very small comment initially. I think that when we speak about Georgia having so many developments first time, we are now in the phase when we have, for the first time as well, the normal cycle of development when people, when they've been in the government, they go to the civil society again, if they choose so, or not to the private sector directly. Maybe time can come, they can again go, whatever. I mean, it's the personal choice of everybody. So I really urge civil society to get used to the fact, because it's a democratic process in every country. You can become part of the government if you wish so. You can become part of the civil society if you wish so. And it's a normal thing to have, having circles of interchangeable developments like that. And it's a positive sign of what happens in Georgia right now when we are able to perform on public activities in that spectrum, rather than being forced either to be in politics if we want to be publicly active, or just to abandon to be publicly active because somebody would not accept us as being civil society representatives. And by the way, my whole career has started in civil society much earlier than my career in government, just a reminder. And when it comes to the occupied regions and then the politics of that, I'm afraid that your colleague has been misinformed, because we have the law on occupation, but it does not outlaw activities inside of those regions that be or connections with those people. There are rules that are being set as a framework within which activities need to be conducted, but then a ban on activities inside of the occupied regions or outside of that is not true, simply. For more than 2 years, I've been engaged myself personally in helping out more and more development of the people-to-people connections. Actually, as a government, we've been financing a number of very interesting activities when students, IT specialists, teachers, doctors had an occasion of coming together and then working on on issues of common interest. And we greatly valued the development of people-to-people relationships of that type. Actually, government had adopted strategy for that, action plan, something that has been continued to be the baseline document for the new government as well, and then they continue to work with the same spirit of having more and more engagement with the occupied regions. But they face obviously the same problems that we face. Freedom of movement, it depends on how Russia acts on the occupation lines. So if they restrict it, and I don't give the blame to the new government now for less of the activities, because freedom of movement is more restricted now by Russians rather than it was in the times when we've been in the government. And there are issues that are beyond the control of any of the Georgian government for the time being, because the physical control over the regions is in the hands of an occupying power. But believe me, the previous government or the current government, if you have more ideas or intentions to do something like that, you will always have a receptive approach rather than a restrictive approach to that. But there are obviously some frameworks that the occupation itself necessitated to have as a law for the country to be developed.
Thank you. Georgi?
Thank you. I think it's instructive to compare how Russia dealt with different leaders Georgia has had in the modern era. It's hardly possible to imagine leaders so different from each other in every kind of possible sense, as Gamsahurdia, Shevardnadze, Saakashvili, then Ivanishvili, even earlier in early 20th century, Jordania, who was the leader of the first Democratic Republic of Georgia in 1918 to 21. These people were unimaginably different. But it so happened that every single one of them had a fundamental problem with Russia. And in every single case, Russia was very harsh. And again, Nika was right that this occupation line is being strengthened now.
I think except Stalin, with whom Russia had a problem. Notice he didn't have problems with Russia.
Unintentional export of.
Well, I think the main question is, the consequences of whether Georgia succeeds or doesn't succeed as a consolidated democracy, whether Georgia moves towards what is known as consolidation of democracy or this fragile situation unravels. The consequences are, I would say, strategic and paradigmatic. Why? Because in that part of the world, in 2009 and 10, Georgian reforms became very popular in mainstream Russian discourse, for example. You wouldn't hear Russian media reporting about, I don't know, Danish police, let's say, because it's supposed to be okay. Georgian public services and institutions, by definition, were not supposed to be okay. And when things began to work, when Georgia really set itself apart from paradigms of its region and, generally speaking, our part of the world, and overcame a large part of this Soviet legacy, it became increasingly popular in Russia. So again, if Georgia makes it, then this will send very serious signal to Russia and to other countries around. If Georgia fails, it will mean that the Western aspiration is risky. And obviously, I don't think anybody wants that to happen. And that brings us to the question on the occupied territories and their context. Why do these problems exist at all? Obviously, they do have an ethnic component. Should the Russian troops leave tomorrow, the occupying forces, it doesn't mean that everybody who is left in these occupied territories will become fan of the Georgian state. Even though, and then there is an important footnote, that in both territories, majorities of populations are absent, majorities who were ethnically cleansed. But those who remain, it doesn't mean that they will be fans of Georgia, and Georgia will have to work very hard and very long to regain trust amongst these people. But there again, to neglect this strategic layer of the problem, which is the Russian role in this, and why Russia has this, would be a disservice and sort of simply self-deception. Does 15 villages or whatever in South Ossetia is what makes Russia a great power? Not. Obviously, what makes Russia, in their thinking, a great power is the whole cake. That is the whole country in the sense of not allowing this paradigmatic success of Georgia. And this is not a conspiracy theory. This is not something I read in some intelligence report. No, this is what is directly said in the mainstream Russian political discourse, that these conflicts are and always were a way for Russia to not allow Georgia get away from its what they call exclusive sphere of influence. As Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said, I think in 2009, he said, the former Soviet Union is a common spiritual space, and the Georgian government is an anomaly in it, which obviously was a great compliment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Petrashvili.
I forgot the question.
Well, the questions were about, well, these are concluding remarks. They're about the Cold War atmosphere, whether it's desirable or not, and reintroducing it back, and about the treatment of the inhabitants of the occupied territories. But you are at a liberty, because I think your colleague has replied to this question, to present your concluding remarks.
First of all, with regard to the occupied territories, when Vlad says stop Russia, that means we have to continue to mobilize the international community to really make it clear. Today, by the way, the statements made by the leaders of the member states of the European Union were very promising with that regard, that the cases with the Eastern Partnership member states have demonstrated that still Russia considers that there is the legitimate term of the near abroad. I'm proud today to say that in the association agreement, Georgia is the Eastern European state. I do not accept anymore the former Soviet Republic or the near abroad of the Russian Federation. That's the psychological revolutionary decision in a legally binding document decided that Georgia is the European state. We will go further. We will go further without any hesitation to continue the reforms, which will be really very difficult. And civil society has, of course, the role there in supporting us, in making us, critical for this or that legislative initiative or the mistakes we can make, and we will be hearing to them very carefully. But what I would like to make it very clear that Europe, also an Euro-Atlantic community, has to demonstrate to their strategic partner that this is not the backyard of this or that empire. This is the state, European state with the European perspective, and sooner the ambiguity will be removed, believe me, sooner our northern neighbors will understand that with Georgia, the game is over. Because Georgia, they understand for themselves. They understand that Georgia is the part of the different family, as on its way to the different family of the values, of the democratic principles. And whatever they can do, we will keep going, and nobody can derail us with this kind of provocations or whatever. But European and Euro-Atlantic community has to make a very clear message that it's not acceptable in the 21st century to erect new Berlin walls and to behave like that with their neighbors. Otherwise they will keep thinking, and we will see in Forbes that Mr. Putin is the most influential politician of the year, and now I saw that in Times he is also nominated for the most influential person of the year. So more they are led to act like that, to behave like that, more they will think that it is forgivable, it is acceptable. So I will join Vlad in saying that give the clear message and stop Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let me thank all the panelists of this concluding event of the Civil Society Forum, Mrs. Eket Keshelashvili, Georgi Kandilaki, and His Excellency Alex Petriashvili. And let me conclude by saying that in the case of Georgian integration into the EU, more than just the fate of Georgia is involved. I think the case for vitality and attractiveness of the European democratic model stands or falls with Georgia. Whether our ideals can become sort of vital and can attractive for the countries of the Caucasus, I think Georgia is the flag bearer in this process. And let me thank the panelists and thank you for your patience on this Friday afternoon, for listening to our arguments, and conclude the panel, what I always wanted to do, by saying Sakartvelos Gomarjos.